to share with you. And as you are the future of this world, so hopefully that you will do your best to make this world better. Thank you so much for being with us today, and welcome to our conference. I'll give the floor to the presenters, but meanwhile, our Dean apologizes that she can't be with us today, but our Vice Dean will reach our room in a few minutes to welcome you as well. We will ask some of our students to interpret for you. As you know, here in Moldova, we speak Romanian, and thanks that we have English language that connects people around the world. Thank you so much for your attention and welcome, and let's start. And once again, apologies and many thanks that you were patient enough to be with us today from India, Russia, and other parts of the world. Dear students, State Pedagogical University, give a round of applause to our guests from the other side of the world. Later, I'll be able to show you that there's a real crowd of students to learn more and to share with you. Welcome, and today's presenters are our fourth-year student, Daniela Archuk, English, Italian language, and Eugen, Group 301, English language. So, please, you're welcome. Thank you.
We are both excited to be here today as presenters at this special event. The annual scientific conference, current approaches and perspectives of Glotodidactics and the linguistics of the English language. We want to present you the members of scientific committee. The head of scientific committee, PhD Associate Professor Mrs. Sagoyan Eranian. PhD Associate Professor Mrs. Urea Svetlana. PhD Lecturer Assistant Mrs. Lashku Tatiana. Lecturer Assistant Mrs. Tatar Nina. Lecturer Assistant Mrs. Bogdan Veronica. And the Master of Arts in Philology student Popa Octan.
Okay, thank you, Eugen. Now we would like to give the floor to the head of the scientific committee, Mrs. Sagoyan Eranian, PhD Associate Professor. Please, you're welcome.
Good morning, dear students. Good morning, our guests. We are really glad to welcome you at our annual students conference and wish you success and good luck. So the requirements for your presentations you have been sent. These are scoring rubrics, and yes, about time limit you have been also told. 7-8 minutes your presentation plus questions. So I will be very short, and I wish you good luck and success.
Thank you, Mrs. Sagoyan. Now we would like to invite the Vice Dean of our faculty, Mrs. Volduma. You're welcome. Mrs. Volduma will welcome all of our students from here and outside Moldova.
Bună ziua tuturor și celor care se află de partea cealaltă de ecran, din partea decanatului Facultății Limbi și Literaturi Străine. Vreau să vă zic un bine venit la, poate pentru unii din voi este prima conferință științifică. Bine ați venit printre tinerii cercetători, da? Pentru că acest lucru este un lucru deosebit de important în viața fiecărei persoane care are studii superioare.
Mrs. Volduma is very glad to welcome you here, all of students both from Moldova and from outside. She says that for some of you it might be the first experience. However, since you are the future of the science domain, we are really pleased to welcome you here today.
A fost luat așa prin neașteptate, dacă ne pus în masă să vină în fața voastră, deci nu o să vedeți succese mari, prezentări cât mai bune și sper că această experiență a voastră să nu fie unica. Să vă văd cercetători științifici, oameni care veți elabora cărți, articole, de ce nu? Deci baftă și mult succes celor care participă astăzi.
Thank you, Mrs. Volduma. Mrs. Volduma expressed her wish to see more of your scientific input in our field and wish you more success. Thank you. Now, we would like to remind you about some guidelines that we have. First of all, your presentation is to be around 7-8 minutes, right? And once we tell you that it's the last minute, try please to round up and go to your conclusions, right? And after your presentation, you will be given some questions regarding your presentations. Don't be scared. It will be okay. You will be okay. From the scientific committee, and of course, you're to us answer. And from those who are present here on site, right? We have the pointer, right? Which will help you to switch the slides. You have here right and left arrows. And you also can use this feature to highlight something. And that's it. Now that we settled down all the things, we would like to invite the first presenter. And this is to be Alyoshina Alina. Please welcome her warmly, being the first presenter.
Thank you. I would like to begin with a short introduction. Nowadays, we live in the digital era, and there are lots of tools that help us to improve the situation, to take lots of problems we face in terms of international communication. And some of these tools are actually in translation. If you have ever used Google Translate, you might have noticed that sometimes it only one equivalent of the words that can be both translated into ways. For example, if you type the word that sounds is good and try to translate it into the Romanian language, it will show you only one variable. Though we know that in certain cases there can actually be a feminine version. So that is actually the problem that is called gender-biased translation. And in my presentation, I would like to discuss basic terms. I would also discuss advantages and disadvantages of machine translation tools in general. We will see some examples. And of course,
They can't see you.
we'll discuss the influence.
Are you sharing?
No, English.
Алина, клип. Вы делали шер презентации?
Нет.
Нет, почему? Так. Sorry, you will see the presentation in a few seconds. Okay. Mrs. Herza, can you check that laptop if they can see those online? The presentation, can they see the presentation? Okay, good. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, I consider this topic really important because solving such minor things as gender-biased machine translation, I believe that we can build a better, friendly, and safer world for everyone. Okay, so what is machine translation in general? Actually, this is the process of translating from one natural language to another natural language with the use of computer programs. Okay, and since we started talking about machine translation, we all know that it has a big variety of benefits. First of all, you shouldn't be a specialist in this tool. The interface is very clear for the users. Second of all, you can translate any volume of text within a few seconds. That is also a great advantage. And finally, of course, it can facilitate communication with the people whose language we do not speak. Also, there are also some drawbacks. First of all, this tool is not perfect. And due to this, there can arise certain problems. For example, Google Translate does not always take into account the context. And as a result, there exists gender-biased translation. But what is bias? So, bias is actually information or prejudice for or against a person or group of people that is considered to be unfair. Actually, that issue arises not only in the linguistic community, but also all over the world. Okay, now let us see some examples. Oh, no, sorry. It should be mentioned that this problem actually occurs when we deal with languages which are semantically different from English. It means that the pronouns can be neutral. For example, in the Finnish language, there is a gender-neutral pronoun "hän," which can be translated both as he and she. Or these languages have a grammatical category of gender, like in the case with French, German, and so on. So, for instance, if a user types the word friend in the Google Translate and tries to find the equivalent in Romanian language, we can see that Google presents only one variant, masculine, prieten, though we know that there exists another equivalent. Okay, that is pretty clear. But what happens when we deal with the languages which are more popular, like French and German? Here we can see that Google suggests both variants, feminine and masculine. So actually, this is according thanks to recent improvements taken by the Google team, because a couple of years ago, you might have noticed, again, only one masculine variant of translations. Okay, now let us see what happens if we try to translate a whole phrase. My doctor is good. In the Romanian version, it's pretty clear, nothing changes, doctor is to do. But what happens with German? When asked is good, again, only one masculine variant of translation. In this case, we can see that there were improvements have been taken. The tool is not perfect. Okay, but why are we talking about this in general? First of all, we should mention that language influences of our mind, of our conscience, and our perception of the world. With this in regard, using this gender-biased language, we can inevitably sustain certain stereotypes and accept the gender roles correctly. And as a result, they can be aggressive people.
That's it.
So now I hope it's pretty clear what are the consequences of this site. Let us see what the Google engineer team thinks about that. Actually, since more and more cases, Google engineers have tried to account certain algorithms and methods to reduce this gender-biased problem. The most interesting case, I think, is presented on the slide. This is the case with the gender-neutral pronoun "hän" in the Finnish language. And we can see that thanks to this new algorithms, now we can see that both variants are presented, so he and she. That is actually good, but according to the recent report of the Abordări, The algorithm has experienced not all the possible language combinations. And still, according to the result, only 40% of gender-specific translations exist in the Google database. With this regard, we can say that although the problem is beginning to improve, there is still much to be desired. It's evident that the reduction of this problem can lead to creating more correct and ethical relationships between people. And since there are controversies, we should understand that we should be ready for any possible errors or improvements of this tool, and we should prepare for all the possible scenarios. The reference space, you can get acquainted, and thank you very much for your attention. If you have any questions, you're welcome. Okay.
Thank you very much for your presentation, dear committee. Now it's your time to ask questions that you are interested in.
Thank you so much, Alina. It was really a good delivery. So the presentation is informative and helpful, not only for students, but for teachers as well. I have a question. It's not a question, just if you have just to explain, why do you think this scheme presents such an interest for ourselves? For the audience.
Yeah, thanks more about the question. As I've already mentioned, we face misgendering in our everyday life, and like lots and lots of discussions have been raised recently about the tendencies and about all these gender neutral words we can use in our language to be more ethical to everyone. And that is why I think that such a minor field is also important.
If we face these kind of problems, can we solve them in a way?
I believe thinking about machine translation, we should understand that it is not a perfect tool, and maybe sometimes we should take into consideration the context. We should learn the target language more profoundly to understand that probably the receiver of the information will not be very happy the variant of the text. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Do machine translation translate the surname?
Can you repeat that?
Do machine translation translates the name?
Thank you.
If we translate Giovanni, yes, because I saw on Facebook, so it was translated in Russian. Giovanni's Pastu.
This is like perfect. I guess we should.
Yeah, they translate.
Engineers should definitely work out more algorithms for the program to to distinguish the proper name and the nominal names. In this case, it would be of course yes. Actually, in our study, we did not research for the proper names.
Yes.
This is like not say for sure. Maybe this is the case that we discover more profoundly. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Dear friends, if you have questions, you can also address them. Okay, so if there are no questions.
Thank you for the questions. Next participant is Bella Olga.
Well, we can introduce myself. I'm Abordări, and that's my first presentation since my departure from Petersburg a year ago. I'm very grateful to University of Columbia and especially to Professor Jana Repo, who invited me to present my long-term research of the family and genealogy and biographical research of my family. The title of my report from descriptiveness to scientific analysis of facts, considering historical disciplines.
The purpose of the today's talk is to offer the discussion. Is it possible on the whole to shift the focus from the descriptiveness of the genealogical and biographical researches to an analytical use? Because for sure, such kind of researches are overwhelmed with emotions because it concerns the life of a person. Is there any scientific nature in such researches? Genealogists use the following methods in their research: oral interviews, historical records, genetic analysis, and other records to obtain information about the family and persons. That's a very separate sphere. And the results are often displayed in charts and written as narrative. For sure, this sphere on the whole is much broader than genealogy and covers not only lineage, but also family and community history and biography. On the whole, I should say that the record of genealogical work may be presented as a genealogy, a family history, or a family tree. In a narrow sense, a genealogy or family tree traces the descendants of one person, whereas a family history traces the ancestors, but that's in a very narrow sense. A family history may include additional biographical information, family traditions, etc. Biographical research. It is a qualitative research approach linked to the social interpretive paradigm of research. It concerns with the reconstruction of life histories and constitutions of meaning based on biographical narratives and documents. The same methods: material for analysis, interview protocols, video recordings, photographs, and diversity of sources. Also, I'd like to present some models of biographical research offered by several scientists in different countries. Dictionary, Webster Dictionary offers the same Ikonikov in Russian, Alenechev, and so on. The first one, chronological model, consists of a list of dates. This Dutch, these are just dates of birth and death of your ancestors. Sociological model determines the sequence of professional development, social mobility of an individual. Psychological model brings to the center of the study the motives of consciousness and behavior, the reasons for actions, the description of intention, some analysis, psychological analysis. Cultural studies. I should say that in Petersburg University, we are most engaged in such research to the program of cultural studies of the faculty, philosophical faculty. This program, it's just at the beginning of including of this research to the university programs, just at the beginning. Focuses on the spiritual appearance of a person, his value orientations, political interests, and I should say that on the whole, biographical research connected with the political research is fact. Artistic preferences, moral norms, religious beliefs. One of the criteria for success in life, historical model, is aimed at studying the relationships of an individual's life path in the world and the results of the activity in specific historical area. Artistic model. Artistic model, that's a field that is here of writers, people who are talented in writing, to present artistical model of some biography. You know that there are journals, for instance, biography, and for sure there are a lot of additional information, maybe not, with which maybe not the hero of this biography would agree. And the 7 months autobiography model represent the life experience of self-knowledge, self-esteem, self-realization. As a result of long-term research, there are about 20 publications, among them 3 in English, together with my son, associate professor in political science of Petersburg University, emic approach to the biography of Professor Bilyeva. She was the head of the faculty of the English language and literature in Petersburg University. The next one, identity crisis and mechanism of overcoming them in family discourse, experience of biographical research. They were presented at the second international conference, Modern Culture and Communication, Biography and Memory of Culture. Also, there I decided to present some initial materials, photographs, and diaries. And then the result of the activity of my father, Professor Biller, in epidemiology. The next one, work, individual discourse of memory practices of family historical research, was presented in English 2 years ago, a year and a half ago in Poland. And the conference which made public was thought and image. Thematic areas, memory mapping and memory distortion. The image is an observation to image and photograph. This part of my report, I'd like to finish with the words of academician physiologist Vladimir Nikolaevich Chernivsky. Maybe you have heard of Tatiana Chernivsky, the researcher, that's her father. Although human memory tensely stores the events of the past, its amazing possibilities are not limitless. The harsh march of time inevitably erases many names that once aroused deep interest. Live discussions and worried the participants. For the most part, only outstanding events and big names are firmly kept in memory. However, history cannot be content with this alone. Everything is important for her, both large and ordinary. In the history of the development of any science, there are often cases when events that seemed outstanding to contemporaries fade over time. And so the so-called ordinary ones acquire great importance over time and sometimes overshadow the glory of big ones. Also, there are two photographs. Memory travel is part of memory discourse. My personal experience, I undertook several, about 15 travels to the memory of my ancestors. To conclude, the circle of disciplines and cultural practices united by interest in biography as a historical scientific discipline is constantly expanded. One of the tasks to overcome the crisis of approaches, methods, forms, and methods of presentation, built in relation to the reconstruction of biographies, the restoration of names and destinies, and in the use of biographical materials in future research. It remains relevant to develop methods and techniques for combining heterogeneous factors in public and private life. And there are references. I'd like to mention one of the notable genealogies of Petersburg, Vitaly Hasselblad. And read several words concerning the research. Just a moment. This man, Vitaly Hasselblad, for sure, the majority of genealogists in Petersburg are volunteers. It's very personal and very, maybe I should say, intimate deal in research. And so his family, he traces his ancestry back to the 15th century. And his approach focuses on the biography, publications of the family members, and that in the era of great changes in Europe in 1490, the first representative of his family came from Poland to Sweden and then from Sweden to Petersburg. The earliest nickname replacing the surname is still unknown. The authorship of the publications can be traced by the name given by municipality of Mariestadt. And the earliest publication was found in the book catalog of the U.S. Library Congress. It's currently stored in the collection in the University of Rostock. The search revealed 26 more than 26 books from the period of 1600 to 1800. And colleagues at the National Library of Russia have identified this bibliography as the longest in Europe in one family format. And the research, the scientific perspective to translate these early 26 books to different languages. And now I'd like to finish my talk. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, very interesting presentation. Just I would like to ask you maybe two questions. One of them is your topic is from descriptiveness to scientific analysis of facts in auxiliary historical research. Just tell us, please, once again, what are these auxiliary historical disciplines and which facts have you analyzed?
Auxiliary historical disciplines, they are genealogical research. This genealogy is considered as not a strict science, but auxiliary discipline. Biographical research also it's just making now first steps to become maybe full science. Biographical research for sure, necropolis research, because also there it's very interesting, very separate sphere to research to understand where the person is buried and how this auxiliary discipline is connected closely with the art and architecture, because every camp has its own project and accomplishment. And so archives, story, also the work in archives, archivistica in Russian, also scientific. And in my opinion, it's important not to leave this sphere in private field, but try to introduce this information to historical disciplines, to the mainstream of history, sociology, typology, and other disciplines.
Thank you.
Thank you for insightful presentation. So my question would be, what are some challenges or maybe limitations that might be met while applying this?
In Russia now, since 7 years ago, in 2014, a lot of archives is closed. Archives continue to be closed every day. Parts of archives, a lot of restrictions, and so it's limits. But on the other hand, there are so many materials at home in old Virgin families that there is much work to work with the diaries, with the photographs, with some notes. It's very interesting, in my opinion, important work on the family level. And also, I must say that maybe it's not so important if your adversary is a prominent person. It's important to know what are they engaged in. When I first came to England in 1991, I was astonished that a lot of ordinary people know in details the story of their family. For instance, in England, there are a lot of couples, milkmaid and pipe cream, for example. So
this is a policy at the
yes, it's, everything is very, very connected with points now.
Okay, thank you.
No.
Thank you for your presentation.
Next participant is Luminița Călăraș.
Good afternoon, everybody. So my name is Luisa Călăraș, and I'm a student here in the Sacred Gospel University on Canada, and my program of study is English and German. So my topic of my research is digital tools and apps for the, where's the, okay, somebody, okay. How do I, can you flip just up, please?
Yeah.
Thank you. All right, so the topic of my research is digital tools and apps for formative assessment in the English classroom. All right, can you please
Just 1 second, please. I'll share the
okay. Thank you.
right.
I cannot move it from left to right. I just had it to be down, so I cannot.
Yeah.
Thank you.
1 second. So. Okay. Okay, let me be your assistant.
Thank you. Right, so today I'm going to talk about some general information. I will add like tools and apps that you can use for formative assessment. I'm going to talk about digital competences, and I will present some digital tools and apps. Then I will try to do a difference between computerized and traditional formative assessment. And then I will do and introduce some inductive methods of teaching through apps and tools based on Bloom's digital taxonomy. So, all right, so let's start. Okay, I will start with the definition. So what is formative assessments? Is how to figure out what students understand and what are their gaps in understanding. And for formative assessment, based on my research, I'm going to use tool, which is a thing that helps you to do your job and achieve something. Then we've got app, which is a store on a remote server. Usually it's used in browser interface. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So the actuality of my research is the fact that we have a different present society, which is based on modern techniques. We need different educational system. So it's impossible to come in front of the students and say that, hey, you know, I'm 6 years old and I'm gonna teach you this. We just watch it with gaps. It's impossible just because they're going to be bored. So they need something different. They need tools, they need things, they need apps. All right. What? No, do not move.
Yeah.
All right. So we've got different methods of teaching, which even includes communication. It's sometimes better to like make and let people speak, like just speak, even if it's in English or German or any other languages, just speak, even with gaps, even with mistakes, just speak. Then we can introduce this communication in apps and tools. We've got Google Meet that we use when we were in the quarantine. We've got different apps like Quizlet, like even Duolingo. All right, we need different technical resources, which we don't usually have, but still we try to have all of them. And I base my research on the 21st century skills, which are based on ways of thinking, different tools, and this also involves communication, creativity, and different information literacy. Okay, so the purpose of my research is presentation of tools and apps, and then to show modern ways of teaching and different effective methods that I'm going to talk about later. Right, go on.
Yeah.
So social digitalization is based on DigiTech, which is the way you present yourself during and in the network, in the internet, how to manage the digital identity. So it's important to know how you're going to present yourself in front of the people. Then you've got digital literacy and media information. What is digital literacy? Is the way you live, work, study in a computer-based society. So it's important to know how to work, how to study, how to base your work in the like digital stuff, right? And we've got technological skills and informational skills. We need to know how we're going to text the message, how we're going to even stick a sticker in the stick note and stuff like that. Okay, move on. All right. So as I told you, digital literacy is the person's ability to perform tasks effectively in a digital environment. Okay, I've got some digital tools in here now. Sorry, I did not manage to put some screenshots in here, but if you want, you can just go now in your phones and find them. So the most used now in the Moldovan society system of education is Google Classroom, which we tried and we studied how to use it during the quarantine time. Then we've got Google Forms, also easy. We usually test ourselves or like quiz ourselves. Then we've got Quizlet quizzes where we can quiz ourselves or quiz the entire classroom of children. We've got Quizlet, which is the site where you can form flashcards where students can study. We've got Duolingo. This is one of my favorite ones. In the American system of learning, students usually use Duolingo when they are at the A1 level or A2 level just to have some basic knowledge, but it's used together with the technological, with the methodological and during the class. All right, we've got Chan Academy, which is also a platform where you can find different audios, different videos, different texts. It's based on the Asian methodology. We've got Socrative, which is also the same. One of my favorite is Miro, where where teacher and students can collaborate together. It's usually made by teachers, so he or she is the creator of the program. You can even like have your own chart, your own like website in there. All right, go on. Good. So I based my research on the Bloom's taxonomy, Bloom's digital taxonomy. You can see here traditional teaching methods, which are more like studies, individual stuff, reading text and problems, answering questions, stuff like we all know. But we try to go into that teaching methods where we would like to implement different methods and to make students actually want to study and actually be involved in the classroom. And we usually, like in Moldova, as I told you, we usually use video watching and also questioning and stuff. We've got role playing, which students adore, but we've got some different stuff. So for the remembering, the first part of the Bloom's taxonomy is remembering, which is when you use your memory to produce definitions with, and we have different methods, and I'm going to give you some examples. It's bullet pointing. It's also used in the website. You can just go into a website and like bullet what you like. You can use highlighting, also websiting if you have a book or if you've got an article. You can use social networking where you can find different articles. Again, you can use Googling. You go into Google and search stuff. Then the second one, the second part of the Bloom's taxonomy is understanding. So you comprehend the material using blog journaling or Twittering. You know what is Twitter? It's a social media network where you can just have short citations, short opinions, and also Twittering. You can just like form, even with Miro, and the students can just communicate with short messages. We've got also subscribing. We can use this for subscribing to YouTube channel. All right, we've got applying. So how to apply? We usually play. We have in Moldova the idea of role playing. So we usually play dialogues. Okay, and I've got editing. We can edit games. We can edit stick notes. We can edit even the online worksheets. Then we've got we've got analyzing. Analyzing is when you try to break some information into different parts. And we've got tagging. So you can tag, for example, we've got a board with a lot of sticks and you can tag. This is going to be like grammar stuff, grammar presentation. This is going to be grammar practice. So it's usually done like this. Then we've got 5, which is evaluation. We can use different ideas. Yeah, we can post video. We can subscribe to different channels like students channel, so you can ask them to create a channel on YouTube and to like upload the video there. You can use collaborative and networking, also like Google Meet or different Quizlet, where you can just like break the students into different teams and make them speak. So this also can be like oral testing, right? And for number 6, we've got creating, so we can make them program something. We can make them film something, video cast, or even publish something. As I said, videos and stuff. All right, as conclusion about pros and cons for these digital tools usage. So as a brand, we can cover a lot of topics, and we can cover a big amount of material, not only grammar presentation during the lesson, but also grammar practice, like interactive methods. We can also bring different guests, and if we talk about the civilization of UK, you can bring like and ask somebody to speak with the help of British accent. Okay, we can usually use different forms of communication like pair work or individual work or even group work. Okay, it's much more interesting for students. And as negative stuff, it stays in Moldova. We don't have enough equipment. So not every single school has got even laptops. And yeah, we do not have enough headworks. Yes, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. For me, it's a very interesting presentation. Really interesting presentation. Just you have had your pedagogical practice at LSEM Spiru Hareta, and they have these opportunities to use these digital apps and tools. Yes. Did you use and what kind of platforms and apps and tools did you use?
Yes, I did use different digital tools and apps during my pedagogical practice. It was first of all Quizlet, which I like. It's just like flashcards where you write the word and then the definition comes, and you can even print tests. I used it for English and for German. I used Miro, which I myself created the board for the lesson. I used Classroom where I sent different homework assignments and stuff. I used Kahoot. I used Quizlet, which is not Quizlet, Quizzes, which is like a gaming form of teaching or emulating. What else? I used Duolingo. I made my students from the German class study German with the help of Duolingo. And that's it because it's impossible to work.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so may I continue? Thank you, Lunita. You inspired all, I think, yeah, to be more focused on the use of digital tools and apps. Well, one more question. Remember your practice and try to tell us are they free or are helpful digital tools and apps, or do they contribute to differentiate or personalizing learning, teaching learning experience in our classroom?
Yes.
And how is it?
Right. So yes, it's different in different classes. So if you take the 10th class, like even A or B,
No,
different what?
I mean, in one class.
Okay, in one. Okay, let's take my 10th class. All right, so I got a class of 10. They had great level of English. They could speak easily and they were fluent. Sometimes they were bored just because, like, you have, okay, my teacher from there had said that I used to use this type of things. So it was more like traditional basis of working. But I said I can just like improve it into the technological way of doing. So I used to like listening stuff through Miro. Again, Miro, and they could just like go into their phones and press on sticks or writing something. So they can personalize my own site with their ideas. Yeah, I do believe I answered it.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Wait.
I am absolutely pleased with what I have heard. So I will not ask you questions because I'm sure that you have answers to all our questions. Thank you for your enthusiasm and patience. And I have a question which is not related to your presentation. Do you speak Romanian as fast as you speak to English? Congratulations.
Thank you.
Next participant is Codreanu Codrina.
Yes. I will be your assistant as well.
Yeah, I'm going to speak about teaching grammar as the part of linguistic competence at the intermediate level. We can go on.
Okay.
Grammar is the parallel of a language, and without it, the produced content, whether it's spoken or written, will be classified with a lot of labels: broken, uneducated, or simply not belonging to English language. So grammar is not a language skill. This is a language component which is essential for all four skills: for speaking, listening, writing, and reading. You can go on. Thank you very much.
Okay. Sorry, I got this.
So the problem approached in the paper. Students consider studying grammar as a boring and a very difficult activity. As a result, students lose interest in studying grammar, and it leads to difficulties in speaking, in communication, and in understanding the messages. That's why in this paper, propose some innovative methods of teaching grammar that can capture attention of the students. I can go on.
Yeah.
Definition and background history of grammar. In Europe, the Greeks were the first to write grammar. To them, grammar was a tool that could be used in the study of Greek literature. And grammar has always been the most challenging but interesting teaching area of teaching language. And the English grammar is not an exception. Therefore, in order to gain a clear understanding, different aspects of grammar have been delimited. I will speak about four of them. You can see them on the screen. They are mental grammar, pedagogical grammar, reference grammar, and theoretical grammar. Mental grammar is more common for native speakers. Pedagogical grammar can turn the language teaching methodology for second language students, involving grammar analysis of elements. Reference grammar is used when we describe the grammar of a language while explaining the principles that govern the construction of words. And theoretical grammar is the study of language components. The importance and advantages of grammar skills. Okay, linguists argue that grammar is the most important part in a language system because a language system cannot be constituted without grammar. So written communication and other indirect communication depends on correct use of grammar or syntax. So we can imagine that grammar is just like a frame of a house, and without this framework, wood materials or building blocks cannot constitute a solid house. The key principles for development of grammar. First one is word order. Word order is the most important element of what is known as syntax. And most often, changing the order of the words in a sentence will produce nonsense, and communication therefore will be impossible. The second one is punctuation. And it is another main element of syntax. It is important even in written language and in spoken language because we need intonation and so on. Further tenses aspect. This part is for verbs, which are very important in every grammar, every language grammar. It indicates the time context and use of determinants that are important for nouns, because in English sentences, nouns do not often stand alone. Yes, and use of connectors that are linked words. These linking words help us to connect the ideas in a sentence or in a paragraph. The role of teacher in developing the learner's grammar skills. A good teacher is not only a person who has deep knowledge of foreign language and its grammar, but the teacher must be able to teach the knowledges he or she has. And in teaching grammar, the teacher's responsibility is to choose appropriate strategies and methods in teaching in order to capture attention of students. These strategies might be based on 3 factors, such as grammar items, students' age, and their personal characteristics. Okay, here are just 3 methods and in teaching grammar, because we don't have time to speak about all of them. First of them is using storytelling, which provides a natural grammar in teaching, and focus, and students can focus on what they are interested in. Second is learning by doing tasks, because it encourages autonomy and develop independent skills and independent way of working and drilling. Here we have exercises, grammar games, question and answer, and so on. Okay, I want to speak a little bit about my experience from pedagogical practice. Here you can see a screen from the book that I used in 8th grade, and a short part of grammar that I have to teach. The introductory there is or there are, and for one I chose 2 groups. One group we have used traditional teaching grammar, and with another group we have used innovative methods of teaching. We have just analyzed the rules. We have done the exercise from the book. With second group, we had, for example, in the presentation, we had videos with native speakers that have explained the rules, and they were so exciting to listen to them. We had a lot of visual aids and audio files. In practicing, we had live worksheets, different online tools that have already mentioned, and also students were very interested in practicing grammar. And we had a test before pedagogical practice at the beginning, and we had a test after, at the end of my pedagogical practice. And you can see that we don't have such a big difference, but because we have worked just 1 month, something that. But the experimental group that used different methods, online tools, and so on, they had a big level of understanding the rules that we have studied. So I can say that in teaching grammar at the intermediate level, it is important to focus on form and function, on both of them. This means not only teaching students the rules and structure of the language, but also helping them to understand how these structures are used in context and how they contribute to meaning.
Thank you for your presentation. All right, the committee your questions.
You are looking at me. Expecting the question.
May I ask a question?
Yeah.
Yes, of course.
You have mentioned 3 methods in teaching grammar. Which one, from your point of view, is the most useful?
Thank you. Thank you for your question. Okay, I think that innovative methods, I have used all 3.
Yes, using
From them,
the
yes.
storytelling, spelling, with tasks, and drilling.
And
Which one, from your point of view, is the most useful?
I think that the
teaching grammar.
methods of learning by doing tasks were the most effective in my case, because I worked with teenagers, and at their age, they were very independent, and they wanted to show that they can do something for their own possibilities. And so because of that, they could work for their own, and they show that they can learn by doing tasks. I just was a guide for them, not a teacher that said all the rules. Thank you.
Just Katrina, a really interesting presentation, of course, but I would like to ask you, you said in your presentation that grammar is the most important part of teaching language. Yeah?
Yes.
No, for native speakers, it's clear they learn automatically. Yeah? For non-native speakers, if we teach only grammar, will they be able to communicate, to speak?
Not of course. Grammar must be connected with vocabulary.
So it is not one of the most. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? If there are no questions, Jenny, please.
Next participant is UBCD.
Oh, great. Yeah.
The topic that I have chosen and the lesson we have was teaching speaking at elementary level. Why I love this topic is because I believe that we should try and bend the tree while it's still young. But why? What do we want? We need to teach them to speak English. For what reason? Why do we need that? Well, quite simple, because international trade and everything else is conducted in English. Most popular language, English. You want to go to Europe, you must know English. And as I mentioned, if you want to do trade, English, basic. Everybody knows it, because why? Because America is dominating the field of the economy. Can I have please the next slide?
Yeah, of course you can have it.
But what I wanted to focus on from this research is just two things: the teaching itself and the key, the help, the tools, as my colleagues have mentioned. Yes, social media and stuff like that. I wouldn't consider them tools. I would consider them platforms on where, as this classroom. Last year, I've come across this very innovative technology that has boomed recently. Maybe you have heard of it. I'm sure my teacher maybe haven't, but my colleagues had. AI technology has developed. These days, it's used very broadly. And I wanted to introduce it into the system of teaching language, because I found the books that we have, they lack of individual approach. Yes, they have good materials. Yes, they focus on grammar, vocabulary, stuff like that, but they do not include the physiological abilities of the children, the talents. And sometimes they can just be plain boring, because maybe they were made 10 years ago, and today they're not that relevant. So what I did, are you even familiar with the AI technology that we have today?
Yes.
Is it that good? Do you think?
Students do not. Okay, please. Yes.
But no, that's the point. My research was based solely on AI technology. Why? AI technology has a huge database. Everything that was previously made, created up until, of course, 2021, but that's not bad. All of the information, sources, individual approaches, your work, your methods are already there and existing. What you have to do is, as a teacher, of course, you'll have to spending a lot of time with the AI to make the environment better for the children, to engage with them, to show them the interesting stuff about English, not just tell them that, hey, You need to know English if you want to be successful in your business life and stuff like that. You can go to the next slide. I want to see. Go down, please. Let's skip the objective. I already. The problem I've mentioned. Our educational system in Moldova is not including individual approach to teaching the language. But this is what is crucial these days. You must grab their attention. And as I mentioned, books can be sometimes boring. Next slide, please. Methods of research. No, please. As I mentioned, I'm only focusing on two things. Teaching English, yes, but what I want to communicate to you is AI. Go down, please. We have a lot of studies, but AI has even more. AI can compare all the studies, maybe not even in the field of pedagogy, okay? Gaming fields, social, society experiments and stuff like that. Next slide, please. Motivation. Yes, I was very motivated with this AI because I've seen the potential, what it can do, and I've implemented in my practice. Go down, please. So I was working with fourth graders. I had two different groups, the control group and the experiment group. So in one, I used already existing tools, the books, the student books, the audio files and stuff like that. They're not, I've said it already. They're not taking into consideration how many students are in the class. The abilities of the teacher and stuff like that. So I gave them tests after, of course, giving them lessons. And the second group was, the experiment with them was very interesting and amazing. They loved it, they enjoyed it. I was using presentations only, no books. I was getting the necessary materials into very beautiful and presentations that have animation, because nobody likes to read text. Children in fourth grade, how old are they? 8 years old? Yes. So I was able to grab their attention with the slides, and I've noticed that the level of their English knowledge and their contribution to the lessons was higher. Why? Because AI, as I mentioned, can do, let's say, sort of miracles. So I'm not really sure if you've tried it, but only once you try it will you really understand what I'm really trying to say over here. Unfortunately, I didn't give that much details on what I did, what were the tests, what was inside the test and stuff like that. But yeah, you need to use the AI to understand what I'm really talking about. So unfortunately, it's question time. So I can take your question.
Thank you so much. It's again really nice. Thank you for your introduction. But I was expecting you to give us some more practical examples how to develop these speaking skills. Not only
That's the thing. Are you familiar with the AI and how it works?
Let's suppose I'm not familiar with any. Just show us something. Okay.
You introduce the information necessary for the AI to give you the result you want. So you give him the number of the students you have. How many of them are boys? How many of them are girls? The level of English.
Strategies? Maybe what, I don't know, what methods work best at this
The
level?
AI is giving you
What?
advice. The AI is giving you. That's the thing. That's why I can communicate it. The AI is giving you different methods, different techniques each time in accordance to the information you will put inside. The levels of English of the pupils, okay? The age, gender, the cultural background. Only after that is it giving you the source, the information,
Thank you so much, Sergey. I got the answer. Thank you.
Sergey, really, I know ChatGPT.
GPT.
Yeah,
Okay.
GPT for free, for the best. Yeah. The last, yeah, is it the last
What do you mean by the last?
version?
The last version is 14 or something
Yeah,
like that.
really. Okay. So, but how students, so have you worked together with ChatGPT?
Yes, I did. Yes.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. I work with two groups. One, I just use books and traditional methods.
So what did you learn them to do, or how the chain of activities they did using ChatGPT?
She has the same.
Yeah, but even here, the methodology, the steps, that chain of activities, that's interesting.
I cannot show one particular case because each and every lesson was different from one another. The AI was giving me different results.
Diversity.
Yes.
Yeah.
So the AI was not giving me just one style. Each and every day, something different, something new.
Yeah, but continuity, how have you the process? How was the process? Or how can we check the progress?
By testing the children, by by conducting tests at the end of the experiment, which I would propose to be verbal tests, to see the results of the AI. The thing is, I wish I had more time to show you each and every lesson with all the materials, but I only have 8 minutes, so I was just focusing on the AI and the miracles it can do. Each and every lesson was different from one another. The techniques, the tools were different each and every time. So I cannot show you to the strategies I used. They were different each and every time. The AI is better than the internet. Why? Because it is evolving, okay? When you introduce information again and again, day after day after day, it is learning as well. So it's giving you new results, new information by using what already exists in the database.
Okay, thank you so much, Sergey.
Well, I have one more
Yes,
question.
please.
And thank you for your presentation, Sergey. Just the question is, you spoke about individual approach to teaching speaking,
Yes.
but we know that only one person can speak at a time, yes? So how did you take into consideration individual abilities of the students who teach them speaking?
I was lucky enough because the number of students were quite small in the class. So that was initially the key. I had 12 students in each group. That's why I was able to approach individually and to take into consideration each and everyone's talents, ability, level, and interest.
So again, ChatGPT allowed you to do this, yeah?
Well, ChatGPT is not everything. Don't think that the ChatGPT is giving me what to do and I'm doing it. No, I as a teacher must be talented as well. I must be loving, I must be caring, I must be interested. If I'm not interested, no ChatGPT will help me.
You can't give us examples of kind of techniques you use. Just that is.
But I've expressed one. I skip the books. I use presentation. Why?
Well, take one.
I mentioned that to grab their attention. Once I have their attention, there's a saying in English that is not appropriate for our. Yeah, so I won't be mentioning that. But once you grab their attention, they will be eating whatever you have to offer them. And ChatGPT allowed me to do that. Why? Introducing new, interesting, innovative ways of approaching children. He knows that there are 4 boys in the class and what they are interested in, what they might be interested in, because I've introduced all of that data.
You are already an official teacher. Congratulations.
We have heard positive. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? My presentation was not on the aspects of that. My colleagues have already demonstrated the techniques, what to do, but I wanted to,
Inspire.
yes,
We cannot use that.
to encourage you to check the artificial intelligence. It is evolving, it will be evolving. Sometimes it is, it creates fear in people. Will it take the jobs of people? Will it make people go dumb because they no longer contribute or no longer make research? Yeah, but it all goes down to the person that is using the AI technology.
So thank you so much. It's time is money.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The next participant is Dr. Lilian.
Yeah. Yeah. One second.
So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Liliana Vărlă, and I have been teaching English since graduating university from 2007. Yeah. So did you know that writing is one of the most challenging skills for English learners to master? Today I will be sharing my research on how task-based learning techniques can improve writing abilities at the intermediate level. I understand that writing assignments can be challenging for many students, and I am here to share my research on effective methods for improving writing skills. Specifically, my research paper will explore the ways of increasing writing skills through the use of task-based learning techniques at the intermediate level.
Oh, I know. 1 second. Something went wrong. Hi. On my side. Yeah. Are you sure that you're pressing the right button? No. Yeah. It's it. That's it.
Good. So the purpose of my study is to investigate, create, and confirm the effectiveness of a methodology that employs task-based learning techniques to improve writing skills. The emphasis is on developing a methodology that can enhance writing proficiency through the integration of task-based learning approach. The main objectives of my study are to demonstrate the benefits of task-based learning in enhancing writing abilities, define intermediate level writing skills and the common obstacles that students face, and develop and conduct a program of intervention to assess the impact of task-based learning on writing development. My research is based on the theoretical framework of writing and task-based learning, which have been extensively investigated by scholars from various disciplines. Writing has been studied from psychological, linguistic, and cognitive perspectives, while task-based learning has been studied from interactional, cognitive, and sociocultural perspectives. I will highlight the key features of these two concepts and the challenges that intermediate level learners face when writing, and propose an intervention methodology based on these insights. Let's suppose you do not know what writing skills are. Writing is a productive skill that involves thinking, composing, and editing processes, and developed through experience. Students use appropriate content, format, sentence structure, vocabulary, punctuation, and spelling to convey information. Based on the literature review and peculiarities of the writing process and task-based learning, the following writing steps were identified: brainstorming, planning and outlining, drafting, revising, editing, and publishing. And task-based learning. Task-based learning is an approach to syllabus design and methodology that focuses on the use of authentic language to complete meaningful tasks in the target language. The term task-based language instruction was coined in the mid-1980s in response to some limitations offered by presentation practice production approach. According to various definitions, task-based learning is an analytic approach that enables learners to actively participate in learning through meaningful and authentic communicative and writing tasks, organized into chains of information gathering, problem solving, and evaluative tasks aimed at developing all four language skills, while emphasizing language structure. What is a task? Task is any group, pair, or individual activity in which the target language is used to attain a real-world goal. According to Rod Ellis, a task has major focus on meaning, a clearly defined non-linguistic outcome. The participants choose the language resources needed to complete the task, and it has some kind of gap. Willis identified 7 types of tasks: listing, ordering and sorting, comparing and contrasting, problem-solving tasks, projects and creative tasks, sharing personal experience, matching, which are organized into a task cycle consisting of 3 stages: pre-task, on-task, and language folds. So what are the expected skills that the intermediate language learners have? Intermediate learners usually have a strong grasp of the basics, including grammar and vocabulary, and various writing formats. They use a wide range of tenses and linguistic structures, idiomatic expressions, and colloquial language. They can organize their thoughts and write coherently, though they may still make mistakes that those did in communication. Thus, while writing, students may face the following difficulties: limited vocabulary to adequately explain their use, grammar errors, lack of cohesion and coherence, little use of idiomatic phrases. They may be unfamiliar with the writing conventions and have little knowledge of cultural differences of the language. As a response to these limitations, the following intervention program based on task-based learning techniques is suggested. 12 students will participate in a 6-week extensive writing program utilizing task-based learning to improve their writing abilities. It is built on boosting motivation, autonomy, collaboration, task and time management, and the development of soft skills. Throughout the 2 weeks of preparation, students will be exposed to the structure of the story plot, as well as the main stages of the writing process, such as brainstorming, outlining, drafting, rewriting, and editing, and how they relate to creative writing. Then, to set the stage for the creative writing assessment, a task-based strategy will be employed. Students, for example, will be given a topic or task to tackle through creative writing. Following that, a range of reading materials exemplifying creative writing, such as short stories or essays, will be offered so that students can choose a topic of interest from a list. Finally, students will be invited to collaborate in groups to discuss their ideas and offer feedback to one another. During the practice phase, students will work in groups to explore ideas for their creative projects in their writing journal. Teacher encourages students to utilize writing checklists to ensure they are meeting the expectations and criteria for the assignments, and give comments to students on their writing journal entries to help them develop their writing skills. Eventually, they will present their stories to the class, and peer assessment will be used to encourage students to provide comments on each other's work. During the program's performance stage, students post their stories on the classroom blog and present their final stories to the class. Afterward, students will submit a short reflection on their writing experience, including what they learned, problems they encountered, and how they overcame them. Furthermore, they will read and submit brief evaluations on each other's stories, and the reflections will be included in order to foster peer learning and feedback. The instructor will assess the influence of task-based learning program on students' creative writing abilities using a rubric that gauges the quality of their writing, the depth of their reflections, and the degree of involvement during the program completion. It will allow students to reflect on their learning experiences and share their feedback with the teacher in order to foster continuous improvement. The comments from students will be analyzed by the teacher and used to enhance the program in future iterations. So, with this, we can say that writing difficulties among intermediate learners could be addressed using task-based learning techniques methodology, which allows students to enhance their writing skills, motivation, autonomy, teamwork to achieve the desired outcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the presentation.
In a deep study, still I have a question. What are the limitations of the task-based learning approach?
Very good question. I'm very perfect because it's the mainstream.
You know the answer because
It's considered to be the one of the mainstream.
okay, we know that there are policies and there are ones still not only okay. Probably there are some moments when we cannot feel in classroom. So task-based, for example, task-based learning doesn't work in the classroom. When and why?
First of all, the task-based learning supposes that students are talking in target language, yeah, in groups. It can be that sometimes they switch from English to their native language. That's one. Second, what's another?
Maybe there are not so many, but still. So you
Yes.
mentioned one, maybe some other moments.
Think about the lab.
Yes, you're right. This one was it.
Only 45 minutes.
Yeah, task-based learning is very, very it's a process. And during the classroom, usually we need much more time for that. You cannot accomplish that in during the classroom. So that's why I propose the extensive writing. That's why. Because during the lesson, we do not really have time to write. That's why the writing skills are usually for good writing. It's given homework, kids are not working at home, and sometimes they come to school without homework done because it's very difficult to write. It's easier to speak than to write it, of course.
No questions? Thank you. The next participant is a little bit quick.
So today I'd like to speak about developing listening skills at the elementary level. And to start, I'd like to speak about the actuality, the purpose and the objectives of this Okay, so well, first of all, what I'm going to speak about in the entire project is going to be the actuality of developing listening skills for children at the elementary level, the purpose and objectives, Listening skills is one of the fundamental bases of teaching and learning English. Tales as part of traditional English literature, the use of tales at the English lesson, and so the actuality of developing listening skills for tales at the elementary level. Developing listening skills for tales at the elementary level is that it is a highly effective and engaging method of language learning that can improve listening comprehension, developing vocabulary, grammar, enhance cultural knowledge, foster creativity and imagination, and promote critical thinking. Using tales as a teaching tool at the elementary level can help to create a fun and enjoyable learning experience for young learners, while also providing numerous benefits for their language development. Moving on to the purpose and objectives. So the purpose is to show that we can provide young learners with a strong foundation in listening comprehension and language development, and to promote lifelong love for literature, make them interested in reading, learning, and studying literature in general. The objectives are to improve listening comprehension, develop vocabulary and grammar, also speaking, pronunciation, enhance cultural knowledge, develop creativity and imagination, and also critical thinking. Okay, so listening skills is one of the fundamental bases of teaching and learning English. First of all, I would like to speak about the concept of listening, the process of listening, listening skills, and types of listening and listeners. So, listening is the process of actively paying attention to and comprehending auditory stimuli. It involves receiving, interpreting, and responding to information that is conveyed through speech, music, or other sounds. Effective listening requires not only hearing the words being spoken, but also understanding their meaning, tone, and context. There are 5 stages of the listening process, and these are receiving, understanding, evaluating, remembering, and responding. So receiving is the first stage of the listening process is involves physical act of receiving auditory stimuli. This involves the ear receiving the sound waves, transmitting them to the brain to be processed. Understanding is the second stage of this process, and this stage involves focusing on and being attentive on the message that is being sent. The first stage is evaluating, and in this stage, the listener processes the meaning of the auditory stimuli, including words being spoken, tone of the voice, and other contextual cues. This involves both cognitive processing of the information and the interpretation of the speaker's intentions and emotions. Moving on to the next stage is remembering, which is comes after evaluating, and this it's when the listener must remember what someone has said in order to later on give feedback or give a certain response. And the last one is responding, or we also call it feedback, and this involves responding to the person who has emitted the message, and he could be verbally or non-verbally, and this implies speaking, saying something, or doing an action. There are certain listening skills. For those who are not familiar with what listening skills are, these are the set of abilities that enable an individual to effectively receive, interpret, and respond to the auditory stimuli. This involves the attention, comprehension, retention, feedback, and empathy. Attention is the ability to be attentive to what someone says or to the one who received the message, sends the message. Comprehension is the ability to understand what someone says and later on to analyze it. Retention is the ability to remember the information that the speaker said. Feedback is the ability to respond and give back a response or another message. And empathy is the ability to understand and relate the speaker's feelings and perspective. There are certain types of listening and types of listeners. So I would like to outline that it is important to know and evaluate your class, to know what type of listeners are your students and what kind of listenings are happening during your class so that you can improve your lesson during teaching. So the types of listening are discriminative listening, comprehension listening, critical listening, and empathic listening and appreciative listening. So the first one, discriminative listening, involves distinguishing between different sounds and identifying their sources. It is often used in situations where it is important to identify specific auditory cues, such as language learning or identifying warning signals. Comprehension listening is the type of listening that involves understanding the meaning of spoken words and phrases. It's often used in situations where it is important to understand the instructions and the directions of a task that is given by the teacher. Critical thinking involves the evaluating and analyzing the message that has been sent by the teacher. For example, when we are, as teachers, we are teaching a new theme about grammar or something. It is important for students to analyze and receive what we have told them, and this is a way of critical thinking. Empathic listening. It involves listening to understand and emphasize with the speaker's feelings and perspective. And last is appreciative listening, which involves listening for enjoyment and appreciation, for example, at a concert or maybe watching a video. The types of listeners we have are active, passive listeners, selective listeners, and defensive listeners. Active listeners are the ones that are always involved in the listening process. The passive listeners are the ones that they are sort of listening, but they are on another phase. And selective listeners are the ones that are listening in order to select, they're filtering the information from the message that someone is saying. For example, during the test, we give a listening task, and they have to fill in the gaps of a task. So at this moment, the students are listening only to find the answer for this exercise, but they're not actually listening to the meaning or the message that is being said in that listening task, in that audio that is being said. And defensive listeners are the individuals who are more focused on protecting themselves and their own interests, that they're normally truly listening to the speaker. So in conclusion, listening skills play a crucial role in effective listening, language teaching and learning. And developing strong listening skills is essential for students to understand and communicate in real life situations. It is the foundation for development of the language skills, and especially in speaking, reading, and writing. Teachers can use various listening techniques and strategies to enhance the students' listening abilities, including pre-listening, while listening, and post-listening tasks. So, moving on to tales as part of traditional English literature. Here I'm going to speak about the concept of traditional English language, the concept of tales, characteristic of tales, type of tales, and the educational role of tales.
Elizabeth, I'm really sure. Sorry, but you have to round up. Your time is up.
Okay. Traditional English language refers to the body of written works in English that have been produced over several centuries from the medieval period to the present day. This includes works of fiction, poetry, drama, and non-fiction written by authors from different parts of the English-speaking world. The concept of tales are stories that are often passed down orally from one generation to another. They typically feature a sequence of events that involve characters and their actions and may include elements of magic, fantasy, or the supernatural. Tales often have a moral or lesson that is intended to teach something about the human nature or behavior. So the characteristics of tales are the oral tradition, universal themes, archetypal characters, symbolism, repetition and patterns, lessons and morals, use of fantasy or supernatural elements. So there are also types of tales: fairy tales, folk tales, author tales, and therapeutic tales.
Elizabeth, please go to conclusions.
The conclusions.
Yeah, please.
Okay,
We're really short of time.
Okay, so I had done my research on two groups that are the fourth grade, and I wanted to show that listening to tales has really improved and helped a lot in developing listening skills. As we can see, the pre-test results are, we can see that motivation plays a very important key in teaching, because children at this level are very interested to listen to tales. Because they are small and tales are very engaging for them, it is very interesting for them to listen and work. And the post-test results, as we can see, there are significant big results that show the difference between the experimental group and the control group. Also, I wanted to outline that I chose to work with the group that has lower results in pre-test, and to show that listening skills have improved in the experimental group after the post-test. And that's all.
Thank you very much. Are you going to read our questions?
So Elizabeth was a really detailed presentation, and I think you worked so much. And as I realized that you have already carried out the pedagogical stage, yes, so you have experience. How can we involve the defensive listeners in the process of this?
So usually, as I mentioned that we have to choose a specific type of tale that could be appropriate for our lessons, and make sure that, well, it's not always possible, but we have to make sure that such problems do not encounter during our class.
Thank you. Have you used any digital tools?
Yes, I have, such as, for example, I would give an image on a TV. At the beginning, I was not able to use the tools because they weren't working, but later on, there was a TV installed where I could put an image, I could put a video file for them to listen, and not only me reading to them. And yes, for example,
motivation.
Yes. Is that all?
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
So you've gave me questions about statistics. What have I used? So for those who really are interested and want to know, everything is detailed to its tiniest in the research paper I've done with all the exercises, with the methodology, with the techniques. So that's
You
why I
had
just
to
said
give us just an example.
I understand there are lots of them.
That is what we wanted. Okay.
As you see, Lizzie didn't manage to present all of her ideas in the time given, so 8 minutes.
Oh, you are right, but at least the example you could give us.
Yeah. We have to.
The last. Okay.
Okay, so as you see, we are really short in time, and our guests, like from far, were really waiting for it. And you also seen that we changed a little bit the program, since some of you were limited in time as well. So this is why we will move to our foreign presenters, and then we will continue according to our program. I hope nobody minds, right?
Next participant is Akopian Susan, Russian.
Susan,
Yes, I'm here. Okay. You will switch on the presentation, or I can do it?
you can present. You can present.
Okay, brilliant. Just wait a second. Can you see it?
Not yet.
Okay. Just a second. So, and now?
Yes. Yes, we can see it.
Okay, great. Good afternoon. My name is Akopian Susan. I'm a 5-year student from Blagoveschensk, Russian State Pedagogical University, and the topic of my presentation is World Englishes in EFL Classroom. And I want to start my speech by asking you a question. Have you ever judged a person by his English accent? The fact is that nowadays, among with the growing process of globalization, the issue of installing a universal tool for people's communication in international arena is becoming more and more acute, and such an assistant now is English. It is the language of international communication used by people of different nations and cultures. It is an integral instrument used to share knowledge and a tool to open the windows of the world for bringing people together and in the global community as well. In today's world, English speakers, especially students, should be able to fully distinguish the linguistic features of English, which has different word variants. It is important to know that for some time, English was considered to be bicentric, since it included only 2 variants, British and American English. However, in the modern interpretation of the English language, Brett Couture was one of the first linguists who moved away from this feature, focusing his attention in favor of the pluricentricity of the language. And the establishment of the status of a polycentric language for English has led to the expansion and establishment of a new concept named World Englishes in plural form. According to the Oxford English Dictionary, World Englishes can mean an international version of the English language, considered as a norm or recognized wherever it is spoken in the world. And 2 more definitions are on slide for your convenience. We have chosen 5 World Englishes. It was Chinese English, Chinglish, Indian English, Hinglish, also American, Afro-American English, and Australian English as well. So, in order to identify the degree of students' interest in obtaining additional knowledge about the variants of the English language, we conducted a survey. And to study those different variants of English, we have designed some worksheets for students that can be used at English lessons. Just here are the results of the survey. The second question and the third. In our research, we offer teachers to incorporate world Englishes into the classroom so that students will become aware of different world variants of English. And to study those variants, we designed some worksheets for students that can be used during the English lessons. These parts of the lessons will be named World Englishes Corner. And they can serve as an additional introductory tasks that will be integrated into the lessons. At first, the teacher presents the students the main features of phonetics, vocabulary, some grammar aspect of an English variant, and as home tasks, children are given a dialogue to translate into a concrete variant. For instance, Australian English, it will be the first lesson. At the beginning of the lesson, children are given a reflection table, you can see it on the screen, and they have to fulfill it during the lesson. They write down the facts about all those aspects and can add some extra information if needed. For example, at first, students are given a 3-minute video about the phonetic features of the Australian English, and they write down everything in the reflection table. And now I will show you a short piece of that video. Second. Well, it doesn't work. Just wait a minute, please. Here it is.
Both the and oo sounds are more fronted, and the sound is more closed and may be rounded.
Secondly, students should learn just how to fulfill their worksheets. So they do task 1 about the phonetic features. Then they learn some new words in this variant that are shown in a slide, and also do task 2 in these worksheets. They just practice how to translate the sentences from one variant to another. And after that, students learn some features about grammar, if they have some, and also complete the worksheets and the reflection table as well, and do task 3. So after that, they discuss the variant and ask a teacher if they have any questions, and the teacher gives them a home task to change the dialogue into Australian English. This dialogue is written in British and American English. In this case, they practice the grammar, the pronunciation, and just remember new words and some new information they have learned. After all the 5 lessons are completed, students can be divided into 5 mini groups, just 5 variants of English, and make a project on one of the variants. Also, they can join in a dialogue if they want. It will be just a kind of interaction, and their class can refresh the information they have learned about the world Englishes. So in conclusion, I can say that our research shows that incorporating world Englishes into English lesson classroom can help students to become fully aware of the concept of world Englishes itself, and to see the differences between the existing world variants of English language. Thanks for your attention. That's it.
Thank you very much, Susan. We are going to your questions. Any questions?
What made you participate in a conference with such a topic?
Could you hear the question?
No, can you repeat, please?
Yeah,
It's
of
too
course.
distant.
Yeah. What made you participate in this conference with such topic?
Well, actually, it was quite an interesting topic for me, because nowadays it's going to be a world of diversity, the language, and I decided that it will be quite interacting to participate and to show that nowadays English is not only British variant, but some other. There are many, many different ones.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions? No questions.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Susan, for your presentation.
The next participant is Akshay Kumar Singh, India.
Yes, am I audible?
Yeah.
Am I audible? Okay. Just give me a second.
Yes, you can show your presentation.
Yeah. Is my presentation visible?
Uh, yeah. Yeah, you
Yeah.
can see it.
Okay. Hello everyone. My name is Akshay. I'm postgraduate student at MS University, India. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to Dr. Charul Jain ma'am, who gave me this opportunity to present my paper today. The title of my paper is Exploring the Role of Glotodidactics in English Language Teaching and Learning, a focus on non-native speakers and interlanguage development. As we know, language teaching and learning has seen significant developments over the past few decades. The emergence of glottodidactics as a subdiscipline of linguistics has provided a new focus on the pedagogical aspects of language teaching and learning. This research paper aims to examine the role of glottodidactics in English language teaching and learning, particularly for non-native speakers. Talking about the glottodidactics. Glottodidactics, also known as language didactics or language pedagogy, it is a sub-discipline of linguistics that focuses on language teaching and learning. Its history can be traced back to the early 20th century when linguists began to take an interest in the pedagogical aspects of language teaching and learning. The field has since evolved, drawing on a range of theoretical frameworks and empirical studies. Literature review. The literature review focuses on the intersection of glottodidactics and English linguistics, exploring the role of glottodidactics in language teaching and learning with a specific emphasis on the English language. It draws on a range of theoretical frameworks and empirical studies to explore the ways in which glottodidactics can enhance English language learning outcomes, particularly for non-native speakers. The review provides a comprehensive overview of the field, highlighting the importance of integrating the principles of glottodidactics and a deeper understanding of interlanguage into English language teaching practices. The review begins by introducing the concept of glottodidactics, providing a brief historical and evolution of the field. It then examines the relevance of glottodidactics to English language teaching and learning, exploring the various pedagogical approaches and techniques that have been developed in this area. The review also explored how the principles of glottodidactics can be used to facilitate the development of learners' interlanguage. It explores the role of glottodidactics in language teaching and learning with a particular focus on the English language. It draws on theoretical framework and empirical studies to provide comprehensive overview of the field and references to the contribution of famous theories such as Stephen Krashen and Vivian Pope. Discussion on pedagogical approaches and techniques developed in glottodidactics for English language teaching, referencing the works of Michael Long and Rod Ellis. Emphasis is also laid on the need to integrate glottodidactics with a deeper understanding of interlanguage into English language teaching practices. In the paper, you can also find the explanation of the significance of interlanguage in language learning outcomes, discussion of the need for teachers to recognize and address learners' errors and difficulties in a supportive way. References to the contribution of famous theories such as John Piaget and Lev Vygotsky in providing insights into the various pedagogical approaches and techniques that can be used to enhance language learning outcomes. Talking about the pedagogical approaches in glottodidactics. The pedagogical approaches in glottodidactics can be broadly classified into four categories. First is structuralist, second communicative, third cognitive, and fourth is interactionist. The Structuralist approach, as the name suggests, it focuses on the study of structure of the language and analysis of its components. The communicative approach emphasizes on the use of language in communication and focuses on the development of communicative competence. The cognitive approach emphasizes the mental processes involved in language learning, such as attention, memory, and problem solving. The interactive approach emphasizes the importance of interaction in language learning and considers the social and cultural context in which language is used. Talking about the techniques in glottodidactics. Techniques in glottodidactics are the practical applications of the various pedagogical approaches. Some commonly used techniques include the use of authentic materials, task-based learning, and learner-centered instruction. The use of technology such as computer-assisted language learning and mobile-assisted language learning is also becoming increasingly popular these days. Now, talking about the interlanguage, what is interlanguage? Interlanguage is a natural phenomenon that occurs when learners produce language in the target language but use structures and rules from their native languages. Understanding interlanguage is essential for English language teachers to provide appropriate feedback and support to learners. This paper examines the intersection of glottodidactics and English linguistics and its relevance to English language teaching and learning. Now, importance of interlanguage. Understanding interlanguage can help teachers to recognize and address learners' errors and difficulties in a supportive way. It facilitates the development of learners' communicative competence. Teachers can also use the learners' existing knowledge and skills in their native language to support the learning of English, such as by providing translation and comparison activities. Interlanguage and English language teaching. Understanding interlanguage is crucial for English language teachers to identify learners' errors and difficulties and provide appropriate feedback and support. Teachers can help learners to bridge the gap between their native language and the target language and to develop more natural and fluent communication in English. Now, let's talk about integrating glottodidactics and interlanguage in language teaching. By integrating the principles of glottodidactics and a deeper understanding of interlanguage into English language teaching practices, teachers can enhance language learning outcomes. The pedagogical approaches and techniques developed in glottodidactics can provide learners with opportunities to use the language in authentic context and develop their communicative competence. Conclusion. Glottodidactics plays a crucial role in English language teaching and learning, particularly for non-native speakers. By understanding interlanguage and using a variety of pedagogical approaches and techniques, teachers can help learners achieve more fluent and natural communication in its field. Scope for future research. The study has highlighted the need to continue exploring the role of glottodidactics in language teaching and learning, particularly in the context of increasingly globalized world. Further research can contribute to enhancing language learning outcomes and supporting learners in their journey towards multilingualism. That's all for my presentation. Thank you and have a nice day. If there's any questions, please feel free to ask.
Thank you for your presentation. Any questions?
Thank you, Akshay, for your presentation. It's very interesting, and the glottodidactics is an interesting issue for all us who are teaching. My question is, how can glottodidactics be used to enhance learners' intercultural competence?
Okay, so how can be glottodidactics used to enhance intercultural competence?
Basically, glottodidactics means the mixture of psychology and linguistics. So when we talk about psychology, we also talk about the culture and tradition that a particular place or human psychology has, human mind has. So in this way, we can easily, this glottodidactics can help people to learn, to help to use their language in a cultured manner as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Okay, well, I will ask a question.
Yes, another one.
Interesting presentation. Just you mentioned in your presentation about task-based learning and learner-centric teaching. Can you define these kinds of teachings, please?
Can you please define the center-based learning and task, yeah, and task-based and learner-centered concepts? Yeah.
Okay, task-based is basically when a teacher gives a particular task, like, it can be anything related to the 4 modules of language, any language, like these 4 modules are reading, listening, writing, and speaking. When a teacher gives a task based on, it could be paragraph, the teacher might give a paragraph and ask the student to find out the answer. Or the teacher can give a listening task, audio, and ask the student to write down what the or what is being said in the audio. So this is a task-based learning. Or when we talk about learner-centric, it means we are keeping the learner in the center. We are focusing on the learner instead of just teaching. We interact with the student and we ask them questions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for answering the question and for your presentation.
Okay, the next
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next participant is Yushkevich Angelika, Russian.
Yeah, Angelika, you're welcome to present.
Hello, everyone. My name is Angelika Yushkevich. I'm a student of Blagoveshchensk State Pedagogical University. And topic of my report is learning language and culture from the perspective of developing lexical skills. According to modern approaches to teaching foreign languages, language learning involves acquiring social, cultural knowledge and skills. In Russian schools, much attention is given to communicative language teaching, which aims to develop communicative competence. Language as a social phenomenon reflects the spiritual and material culture of a particular nation, and each language has its own national and cultural characteristics. Linguistic and cultural competence is an integral part of communicative competence and ensures adequate communication with native speakers at the level of concept identification, associations, and images. For the learners of English, it's always crucial to overcome the cultural barriers. Thus, there is the importance of learning the native speaker's world, which includes language, history, culture, and the way of life. The concept of linguistic and cultural studies has long been firmly established in the practice of teaching foreign languages. Linguistic and cultural knowledge contributes to the formation of a secondary language personality and develops the cognitive interest of learners when studying a foreign language with reference to the culture of the people who speak it. This approach to ESL teaching is called the linguistic and cultural approach. Linguistic and cultural studies as an aspect of education serve several functions. Vereshchagin and Kostomarov identified the following main functions: communicative, accumulative, that is, language the means of storing cultural and historical information, and directive, guiding or forming personality. Thus, linguistic and cultural studies offer a unique opportunity to develop communicative skills through learning the language side of speech, for example, vocabulary, based on the images stored in the mind of a native speaker. The most prominent cumulative function of language is manifested in the field of vocabulary, as it is directly related to objects and phenomena of the surrounding reality. These tools may primarily be literary and musical works, video materials, real-life objects, and their illustrative images that can expose students closer to the authentic cultural environment. Better understanding of culture, history, realities, and traditions contributes to fostering a positive attitude toward the foreign language and its culture. Thus, in Russian programs, special attention is given to the non-equivalent vocabulary, which, according to Professor Vereshchagin, reflects the specificity of a particular language, the culture of its speakers, and contains information in a compressed form. It draws attention to the most essential and unique aspects of the language and culture of one nation compared to another. To work successfully with culturally marked vocabulary, it is important to keep in mind that it can pose difficulties for learners in interpreting the culture of language-speaking countries, which may ultimately lead to confusion of the facts about a different reality. The two completed teaching practicums at school allowed us to implement this approach to teaching middle school students vocabulary. The teaching was done on the basis of the textbook Spotlight, authored by Baulina and Tuli, teaching the topic Friday the 13th, which is included in the section celebrations. We used both the textbook linguistic materials and sets of our own exercises. This set of exercises was developed for the song Friday the 13th. Before listening this song, students were presented with this picture. The teacher suggested describing this picture and guessing the topic of the lesson. Since culturally marked vocabulary is often beyond the active vocabulary, the students could face difficulty in understanding the content of the song. To overcome lexical listening difficulties at the pre-text stage, we offered an exercise for matching words and pictures, because this way we avoid referring to translation and provide better understanding of the meaning of the phenomenon. For example, this can be done in an interactive exercise that we created. After this exercise, the song Friday the 13th were presented twice for listening. The first time, students listened to the song, focusing on the words they learned from the previous exercise. During the second listening, they were asked to work with the text of the song. There are gaps in this text, and students were to fill them in. Speech exercises follow the work with vocabulary on the level of a word or a phrase. Students needed to express their opinion on this topic and compare people's attitudes to superstitions in their home country. Next, students were asked to analyze British superstitions that signify good and bad luck, compare these superstitions with Russian ones, and draw conclusions. Students could work in pairs to complete this task and then presented their findings in the form of a monologue. Thus, the use of linguistic and cultural material contributes to familiarizing students with the culture of the country whose language they are learning, as well as effectively consolidating vocabulary. Teaching the lexical aspect based on linguistic and cultural materials promotes the development of internal motivation for language learning and the development of communicative competencies. The harmonious integration of linguistic and cultural material into vocabulary teaching contributes to a deep understanding of the culture of the country whose language is being studied. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for thank you for your presentation. Questions, please?
Okay, I will ask a question. Angelica, really interesting presentation. And the question is, you mentioned one topic, superstitions, within which the vocabulary referring to culture forms you will teach. So what are the other topics through which you can teach your culture in Russia? What are the topics that are included in your curriculum?
Okay, so the question is, you use superstitions to teach your students vocabulary, and the question is, what are the topics in your curriculum that you can use to develop, to expand the cultural knowledge of your students?
There is a big unit celebrations, and during studying this unit, we can learn different holidays and compare them to British holidays.
Thank you very much. Any other questions?
What do you understand by culture? Can
What-
you define this concept of culture?
What do you understand by culture? How you can define this concept?
What is culture?
Okay, what is culture?
Culture is a set of traditions, experience, of some nations.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much, Angelica. Now we would like to invite Munteanu Beatrice with her presentation. She is also a party. She has job. Yeah. So we will present.
Wait.
Yeah. 1 second.
can be better understood if it is seen in the correlation with culture. So understood as the distinct characteristic of each social community. The connection between the culture and the language we teach is so linked that we cannot find out the true meaning of certain words or expressions if we do not know enough about the culture in which those words and phrases are used. So what's the aim of introducing culture into the class? Knowledge about the target language, awareness of its characteristics and of difference between the target culture and the learner's own country, a research-minded outlook, and emphasis on the understanding of socio-cultural implication of language and language use. So I'm going to speak about how to develop intercultural competence through education. We have got informal education, non-formal education, and formal education. So informal education takes place outside schools and colleges, like through experiential learning, or learning by doing, by analyzing. Non-formal education refers to planned, structured programs and processes of personal and social education, like, for example, project works. And the last one is formal education that refers to structured education system that runs from primary school to university, like cooperative learning. And here I would like to speak about some kinds of activities that we can use in order to teach intercultural competence, because we know that most of the students get really bored when they have that text or information to read. And so we can use role-play simulations, we can use theater poetry, we can use films, text, and social media online tools. Role-play, we can use some role-plays raise awareness and build knowledge about similarities and differences. And here I can give an example. So I had my pedagogical practice, and we have got this topic like this UK, and they children prepared. So for example, I was a tourist there in the UK, and they presented the places there. So theater poetry allow learners to gain knowledge about people they have never met and to learn about lives they have never imagined. We have also got use of films and text. Such activities raise learners' awareness of multiple perspectives and develop their critical thinking since films. And social media and other online tools. Social media and other online tools raise communicative awareness and awareness of our own voice, for example, through Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Telegram, online courses and sites. And as a conclusion, I can say that having intercultural competence developed enables some students to appreciate each other across cultural differences. So education is a powerful tool for achieving intercultural understanding and respect. And when intercultural competence is an integral part of the language classroom, learners experience how to appropriately use language to build relationships between each other and understanding with members of other backgrounds.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Questions?
Yes, I have a question. In your presentation, you used the words intercultural competence and intercultural communication. Are these words similar? If no, what is the difference? I gave you a clue. They're not similar. So which is the difference?
Intercultural competence. When we are already, so we know about culture. There are different cultures about people. So, for example, and intercultural communication is when we are able to speak with those people.
So it concerns language.
Yes.
Good. Thank you. Any other questions?
Well, easy question. So interesting, really interesting topic to present, and you presented in the first way. Tell us, please, how important is teaching your students intercultural competence?
It's really important because to know a noun language is not only about grammar, but it's also about people, and it is also about having that feelings that, so for example, so I'm teaching English, it's about to act appropriately like British people, to think like them, to behave like them, and when you are going to have this possibility to speak face to face, to be informed about their culture and about their tradition.
From Johan's, it is important to only teach British culture?
No, so that's one more topic to discuss, because we've got in schools like words, American words and British ones, and we also have to teach these differences. It is also connected with intercultural competencies, because they can have so different meanings. They really have different meanings.
So, Beatrice, that's the same question. You haven't asked question. What do we mean when we pronounce intercultural? Do we mean only English culture?
No, that's all the languages.
That was the
question. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, now we are going back to our foreign friends.
The next participant is Karoleva Diana.
Hello, good afternoon. Let me introduce myself. I'm Diana Koroleva, a fifth-year student of Blagoveshchensk State University. So let me switch on the demonstration. I'd like to present you the results of my research. The topic of my presentation is using local culture-based materials to improve speaking skills. Let me start by quoting some wisdom. The beauty of the world lies in the diversity of its people. It's a well-known fact that language is intrinsic to the expression of culture, and it is the means by which traditions and shared values may be conveyed and preserved. Understanding cultural diversity, valuing it, being able to speak about local culture in a foreign language are the keys to the preservation of cultural heritage and identity, solidarity, and countering racism. An integral principle of an international language is that one learns it in order to communicate his or her own culture to others. As language exists as a part of culture, learners are not only motivated, but also find it much easier to learn English from local culture contents that are directly in line with their knowledge and experience. One of the main focuses of the intercultural approach in EFL teaching is the inclusion of learners' local culture. Teaching English to non-native students is always a challenge for any teacher in the context of EFL, especially when it comes to speaking. It is recognized that the importance of incorporating local culture into an EFL problem is officially declared in many countries. However, textbooks may not contain enough exercises to raise local cultural awareness and ability to speak about features of local culture, so the teacher has to create some extra materials. Original aspect can also be found in the speaking part of international English exams, and Russian Unified State exam is not an exception. That is why our main objective is to help students improve their English speaking skills competency while raising local culture awareness among the youth. So, from the perspective of the topic, we would like to present materials that can be used in practice by EFL teachers in order to improve speaking skills in terms of regional aspect. We define speaking as the capability of using language, a skill to share ideas, information, and feelings to other people orally. The exercises are created to prepare students for international English exams and for the Russian Unified State exam. Let me present you the results of the survey conducted at 2 local schools, which involved 58 students. We prepared 10 questions about different life aspects of the region students where they live in. The results of the survey are on the slide for your convenience. After the survey, we gave 3 lessons to test the exercises that we created. They are based on the main principles of training speaking skills. You can see them on the slide. The tasks are divided into 6 sections. They are to help students to systematize their local culture knowledge and be able to express it in English. Exercises in each section include preparatory tasks, tasks in the term of international English exams, and reflection. So we are going to give a brief description of 3 sections. The first one is tourist attractions. The aim of the section is to teach students to discuss places of interest in Blagoveshchensk. It's my hometown. At first, they read a text, the city of Blagoveshchensk possesses great tourism potential, and then the discussion goes. Students speak about their favorite places, express their attitude, assume the role of tourists and locals while preparing dialogues. Then they are asked to take part in an interview, which is a typical exam assignment. And the last step is evaluation of the progress. Next section is wildlife. It starts with a video that we edited ourselves as there weren't relevant ones in English. The video voiceover was made by a special program. So let me show it to you.
The region's territory is covered mainly by forest vegetation. There are about 1,530 species of trees, bushes, and herbs growing in the region. Taiga lies the northern part of the region and consists mainly of larch. The ground cover is rich in cranberries. Mixed or broad-leaved and conifer taiga forests stretch to the south of the taiga. In all areas, there are meadows which can be found mainly in the river bottomlands. Same as in flora, a number of the northern and southern region animals peacefully coexist in the Amur region. The most widespread forest animals of the region are brown and black bears, lynx, sable, elk, reindeer, Manchurian deer, roe deer, and snow sheep. In the spring, a lot of waterfowl, ducks and geese, fly to nest on the numerous rivers and lakes of the region. Amur is the richest river in the Russian Federation by the number of fish species. In the Amur Basin, there are 103 species of fish. 60 of them can be found in the waters of Amur region.
Well, having watched the video, students answer the questions and take part in the discussion. Then students are asked to examine the model, which you can see, work out their own. After this task, they complete a typical exam task, leaving a voice message about a project, and they use their own model. And the last task is reflection again. The last section we are going to present is environmental problems. Students train their pronunciation and intonation while reading a text, watch a video, and reflect on it. Then they discuss environmental problems in Blagoveshchensk and complete a fishbone diagram to organize information. So students think of environmental problems, their definitions, and possible solutions in our region. After these exercises, we proceed to the typical exam task, studying the advertisement and requesting necessary information. And the last task is reflection again. So it is also important to mention that we highly recommend students to record their answers if speaking tasks are given as a home assignment. It would give students an opportunity to work on their mistakes and be given a feedback from their teachers. And having given 3 lessons on the 6 topics mentioned earlier, we conducted a survey once again. This slide shows the results of the first survey. And next slide shows the results of the second one. So you can compare the results on these slides and find out that the results of the second survey are noticeably better. Just have a look. So that brings me to the end of my presentation, and to sum everything up, I'd like to stress that incorporating local cultural material into English lesson instruction can improve students' language skills, increase their awareness of the cultural potential of the place they live in, enable them to express it successfully on an international level, and generally develop intercultural competence. So many thanks for your attention. I'll try to answer the questions you have.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Questions?
So, dear Diana, thank you for your nice, interesting
Thank you.
Presentation. So, Diana, what's the importance of the use of the authentic material used in the increase or the development of cultural awareness?
Okay, so the question is, what's the importance of the use of authentic material to increase cultural knowledge?
Well, thank you for your question. We are sure that all students must feel free to speak about the uniqueness of their culture and identity while developing understandings of the cultural diversity that exists in the world around them. And we are sure that it's a key to preservation their national heritage and this diversity.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
No.
No questions, since your presentation was really explicit. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next participant, Mulyavko Yulia.
Hello. I'm going to show the presentation myself as well. Okay, can you see this?
Not yet. Yes, now we can see it.
That's perfect. My name is Julia Mulyavka, and the topic I'm going to present today is improving writing skills in English classroom. First of all, I would like to introduce the information about our state exam. It's called the Unified State Exam, and it is a centrally conducted exam in secondary educational institutions of Russian Federation, which is considered to be the final school graduation exam and the entrance exam to universities. Students choose to take the exam in foreign languages most often. Graduates can choose English, Spanish, German, French, and Chinese languages. The foreign language exam is elective. Graduates often prefer this particular exam because it is required for admission to various educational programs like philosophy, tourism, advertising and public relations, cultural studies, history, and others. The tasks of the Unified State Exam in English language are divided into two parts, written part and oral part. The written part consists of 4 sections: listening, reading, grammar, vocabulary, and writing. The last part of the written exam checks writing skills. It consists of 2 parts, an email to a friend and a commentary of statistical data in terms of a given project. Both writing tasks should have clear structure. According to the statistics conducted in the Russian Federation, the essay is considered to be the most difficult task. Since 2022, this task has been presented in the form of a project. The students do not always manage to interpret correctly the topic of the statement. Often, they deviate from the topic and as a result get 0 points. According to statistics, this section also received the lowest percentage of task completion. It's 62%. Despite the fact that such tasks have existed in international exams for a long time, they have appeared recently in Russia, and Russian teachers are experiencing an acute shortage of methodological materials. That is why we have developed a strategy for preparing to write the essay of this type, which will be useful for teachers from all over the world, since the similar type of task is presented in IELTS. So, at Unified State Exam, the student is required to write 250 words using the following plan. Make an opening statement on the subject of the project. Select and report 2 or 3 facts. Make 1 or 2 comparisons where relevant and give your comments. Outline a problem that can arise doing something, so it is given. And suggest a way of solving it. Also conclude by giving and explaining your opinion on the importance of doing something or just on the importance of some subject. We recommend teaching this type of essay writing in stages. During the first lesson, we introduce students to the task, and it is necessary to check the understanding. Check for understanding includes the number of words, the number of paragraphs, and style of writing. During the first lesson, students practice the features of a neutral style and get acquainted with the rules of writing on the first paragraph. So, on the slide, you can see the examples of the exercises that can be used, like identifying the mistakes and correcting the mistakes. During the second lesson, students learn how to write the second paragraph. In the second paragraph, students are required to comment on the data presented in the table, bar chart, or pie chart, and illustrate it with percentages. As we believe, one of the main difficulties at this stage is the correct grammatical use of percentages in a sentence. In this regard, we have developed the following memo and developed the following tasks for practice. So we created just like I have just said, the memo of how to use percentages in a sentence, and then our students practiced this using the exercise also presented on the slide. During the third lesson, we introduced students to the third aspect, in which they need to compare the data and comment on the comparison, and also illustrate it with percentages again. When it comes to this aspect, it is important for us to practice comparative constructions with students. We have not developed our own tasks for practicing the constructions, since there is a wide variety of them. In the fourth lesson, students learn to identify a problem and write a conclusion. We believe that it is possible to combine training in the fourth and fifth aspects, since writing a conclusion is not particularly difficult. However, identifying the problem is one of the most difficult parts of this essay. Well, as the first homework assignment, we recommend giving a cliche template for doing essay writing. After checking the assignments, we conduct a detailed error analysis and ask students to write an essay again. but completely on their own, minding their mistakes from the previous home task. Another recommendation worth mentioning is the usage of checklists. At the end of each lesson, students write a paragraph according to the rules of writing each paragraph and check themselves using the checklist. For instance, in the first lesson, students write the first paragraph. In the second lesson, they write the first and the second paragraph, and so on, paragraphs, and so on. After each lesson, they check their paragraph on the checklist, which is supplemented with each lesson. So you can see, like from the first lesson to the first lesson, it becomes longer and longer. The use of checklists implies the following goals. The first one is development of independent learning skills. The second one is promoting memorization of the structure and content of the essay. The third one is minimizing the probability that the student will move away from the topic and get 0 points. As you can see, at the end of the course, of how to write this essay, students check themselves on the checklists at least 4 times, which contributes to the best memorization of the essay structure and basic rules. So the strategy was tested on students of 9th and 10th grades and gave positive results. Out of the maximum 14 points, the students received 11.8 points on average. Our technique of teaching how to write this type of the essay amounts to, first of all, sequential teaching of writing each of the paragraphs. Next one, step-by-step practice of grammatical and lexical skills required for writing each of the paragraphs. Next one, correction of errors, then writing the essay, and then self-check on the checklist. Thus, writing activity has always been considered a rather difficult activity, even for native speakers, since it is inextricably linked with mental activity. Native speakers still have difficulties with the logic of expressing their own thoughts, while students must not only logically and consistently formalize thoughts, but also observe all lexical, grammatical, and punctuation norms of the language. That is why the existing approaches to teaching writing regularly undergo changes, and this is reflected in both national and international exams. We, in turn, develop teaching materials for teachers that can be used in the classroom or in individual classes. That's all. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for your presentation. It was really insightful. Dear committee, your questions?
I have a question. Julia, thank you for your interesting presentation, deep description of stages of writing, how to write an essay. So the question is, do you have so much time to teach your students writing each paragraph at different lessons? So how many lessons do you need to teach them write an essay?
Okay, so
I have heard the question, so thank you. I have heard the question. As I already said, it is a unified state exam. That is why teachers include the hours to prepare students for the exam, for this exam in program. That's why it's okay. Particularly for me, it took me 4 lessons to teach them. But of course, it took me 4 lessons to just teach the structure. And of course, we understand that it also requires lexical skills, grammar skills, which can be practiced during just usual classes, not exactly exam practice classes.
Well, one more question, if you let me. So you teach structure. What else? Together with the structure, what do we have to teach? What else do we have to teach in order they should write an effective essay? Structure. What else?
A structure. So again, I mentioned that for the second paragraph, we need to teach how to use percentages in a sentence correctly, like where to put this. They have to write, for example, 10% of the respondents choose something. We need to teach this. Then we should practice comparative constructions. Then, of course, we have the glossary, like the lexical minimum that they can face during completing this task. And also we need to teach how to outline the problem. We also did it. It's quite tricky. We analyzed all the materials presented on Russian official sites, and we kind of created also a memo how to identify a problem.
Thank you.
So I meant you discuss the content as well, yes? What to write, the structure and what to write about. No. Paragraphs, okay.
So if it's possible, please repeat the question because maybe I didn't hear that.
Question that just I defined the answer. Okay, thank you.
That's it. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Next participant is Tanvi Morweni, India.
Hi.
Hi.
I'll just start presenting now. Just a second. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. So, hi, my name is Tanvi Morwani and I'm in the third year of Bachelor's in English Literature at the Maharaja Sayajirao University of Vadodara in India. And I would like to thank the organizers of this conference and my supervisor, Dr. Charul Jain, for this opportunity. My presentation is on the topic Discovering the Language of Learning, Exploring the Fascinating Field of Glotodidactics and its Digital Evolution. These are the subsections. And according to the article, Glotodidactics is a newly established scientific field that originated from applied linguistics. It intends to distinguish itself from other humanistic disciplines by concentrating on the study of language, teaching, and learning using scientific research in linguistics. The article commences by examining the often unclear connections between pure and applied linguistics. To avoid getting into the complexities of this vast topic, the article takes a brief approach to delve into the crux of the matter. This approach helps in directing the discussion towards glotodidactics, which has an interdisciplinary nature and can draw from related fields of inquiry. The theoretical foundations of glotodidactics, including its models, subject matter, and research areas, are subsequently discussed, primarily focusing on the study and science of foreign language learning and teaching. The concept of language and linguistics. The main concern of the present article was drawn from the developments of linguistics. Many definitions of the field have been developed, some very closely related to its subdisciplines and some more general. W. Dorozewski once said that linguistics is a humanistic link of all sciences, and as such, it encompasses complex disciplines of varying subject matters and methodologies. The necessary elements of any science, as T. Sake Piskozub accentuates, are its subject, object, and the results of its research. It was F. Kruxa who notably said that in order to establish the object of linguistics, one would have to establish the objects of its core elements: phonetics, phonology, morphology, syntax, etc. The terminological discord can, however, be seen as a merit since linguistics has long established the quest for its object, its obligatory task. By doing so, it outraces other humanistic or social sciences that repeatedly contend with the problem of pinpointing their objects of inquiry. Glottodidactics and its models. Despite a reported history of 2,500 years of teaching foreign languages, the development of a scientific discipline that offers a deeper understanding of the subject is still in its early stages. Glottodidactics is a term that refers to the didactics of foreign languages, including teaching methods, language learning strategies, and instructional materials. It involves the study and development of methods and techniques used in the teaching and learning of foreign languages, as well as the analysis of language acquisition processes. The goal of glottodidactics is to enable effective language learning and to develop effective communication skills in foreign languages. This field is important in a globalized world where communication across languages and cultures is increasingly essential. Many Polish researchers feel that there is a need to establish glottodidactics as a separate scientific discipline, as applied linguistics has failed to adequately account for the difficulties associated with language learning. However, some scholars, such as M. Dakowska, argue that glottodidactics has been limited to its practical dimension and not considered its cognitive value. Others, like W. Wilsinska, call for a clear definition of glottodidactics as an empirical discipline with specific research fields, objectives, methodology, and terminology, separate from pedagogy and linguistics, with which it is often mistakenly equated. Models of glottodidactics. Polish researchers have been working hard to establish the autonomy of glottodidactics as a scientific discipline ever since a debate on its status emerged. According to T. Piskozub, glottodidactics, which is based on linguistics, has become one of the mainstays of philologist education in Poland. The fact that glottodidactics is characterized by two planes, pure and applied, testifies to its scientific independence. Over the past 30 years, 3 models of the science have been proposed by Polish researchers. The first model, introduced by F. Kruska in 1978, is called the glottodidactic system. It presents a simple layout comprising a teacher, a student, and a channel of communication between them, and aims to show how different fields of science such as pedagogy, psychology, and communication studies are integrated into the subject matter of glottodidactics. Despite its tripartite structure, all 3 elements are equally important and should be considered simultaneously by glottodidactics. The second model, proposed in 1987, distinguishes between pure, applied, and practical glottodidactics. Pure glottodidactics is at the highest level and derives its theory from empirical reality, influencing the other 2 types of glottodidactics by pointing to new avenues of inquiry, directions for future development, and defining their aims. Applied glottodidactics draws on the findings of pure glottodidactics to offer applicable conclusions, while practical glottodidactics, also known as the methodology of foreign language teaching, is concerned with the practical implementation of these findings. The third and most elaborate model of glottodidactics, presented in 2001, places language at its heart, acting as a mediator between a teacher and a student. The other elements are teaching materials, teaching methods, teaching conditions, and objective reality, such as the social and school milieu, as well as state educational policy. Glottodidactics and its digital evolution. The internet and its various services have brought about significant changes in the way people communicate, impacting not only the form and content of messages, but also the development of national languages. The advent of electronic text and hypertext has enabled the presentation and dissemination of information in new ways. However, the changes caused by the internet extend beyond this, influencing communication style and the very structure of texts. For instance, emoticons have become a widely used means of expressing the emotional state of interlocutors. These changes have also had an impact on language education, particularly in the teaching of foreign languages, leading to new roles for both learners and teachers. The rapid growth of the internet and its services have brought about extensive changes in the way people communicate. This has also significantly influenced the content and form of messages and had an impact on the development of national languages. The internet community has played a crucial role in shaping the language used on the internet, including specialist texts that have had a global influence on various national languages, not just English, the official language of the internet. The social or cultural dimension of the web is more important than the technical one, as observed by Tim Berners-Lee, one of the creators of the internet, more than a decade ago. This draws attention to the statements made in communication on the internet. The language used for communication on the internet has been described as NetSpeak by David Crystal, and computer-mediated communication refers to a broader group of phenomena, including NetSpeak and communication outside the internet. While Crystal's view that NetSpeak represents the fourth dimension of language after writing, speech, and sign language appears controversial, it highlights the need for further linguistic analysis. Two primary factors have caused significant changes in the language used on the internet: external and internal factors. External factors include the impact of other spheres on the formulation of internet texts, while internal factors are related to the internal development of communication styles. Borrowing from English and coining new phrases are examples of external factors, while the use of emoticons, the mixture of spoken and written language in email correspondence, and the possibility of altering the graphic presentation of words are examples of intratextual factors. These changes have both positive and negative effects on communication and language learning. While specialist language used in internet texts can make communication difficult, new forms of text can also help improve language learning. Therefore, it is essential to develop media literacy among internet users, including teachers and learners, to use electronic media reflexively and acquire multimodal and multimedia skills. That's it for my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much as well. Questions? Yeah, Mrs. Lashko.
Okay, thank you so much for your presentation, for your communication, for such a good delivery. So you have mentioned the models of Glotodidactics, yes? And my question is, yes, what model is more approached in the Indian schools? And I have another
model
what
is more approached in?
Approached in the Indian schools, or used or applied in the Indian schools? Okay, if it's a difficult question, I ask you another one. Which is the difference?
I'm just not able to, I think I'm not able to get the question. In which discourse?
So you mentioned some, Glotodidactics and its models.
Yes.
So what models do you apply in schools? If not, what is the difference between the didactics and Glotodidactics? There are two.
Glotodidactics just aims to separate, the normal pure linguistics and these applied linguistics. That is the textbook definition of Glotodidactics.
So Glotodidactics is what?
Could you tell once again, please, what's the definition of Glotodidactics?
Not the definition, maybe the difference.
Yeah.
This side of the Glotodidactics.
I'm
Probably
sorry.
the didactics of the
I don't
language.
think the voice is reaching.
She doesn't quite understand the question.
Okay. Maybe my question was not so clear. Thank you so much.
I'm so sorry. I was not sure which discourse you were talking about.
What is Glotodidactics? That's all. Definition. Maybe not the definition, the sense. Definition.
How you understand the
understand?
concept of Glotodidactics? How you
Yeah, so Glotodidactics is a still new developing way of separating pure linguistics from applied linguistics. Glotodidactics is this new way of trying to teach a foreign language, and they are trying to separate it from just linguistics and giving it a more scientific point of view.
Thank you very much for your answer.
Are there any specifics proper to Glotodidactics? Specific technique?
Were you able to hear the question?
No.
Okay, so what are the specific properties of Glotodidactics?
It is still a developing field. It just has models. And actually, my presentation was supposed to be less focused on Glotodidactics and more on its digital evolution in the current internet language. because of the way the internet is influencing it. So I think that's it.
That's okay. We are really thankful. Yeah. Thank you very much for your time, for your presentation, which are of course very insightful. And we are really great to have you here today with us, and we hope to see more of you in the future.
Yeah, of course. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Next participant is Vlada.
Yeah. Let me open the presentation. Finally.
Okay, my name is Bara, and I have been working on the article entitled "The Interactive Method of Teaching English in Primary School." I will start with the actuality of this study. The fast evolution of modern society obligates students to learn and understand the material quickly, especially a foreign language. To study the efficacy and the process of learning foreign language, in our case English, but might be taken into consideration, especially in modern times. And to emphasize that the interactive methods are the most successful for learning English. The level of understanding of students raises when the traditional forms are improved with interactive methods, which stimulate students to participate during the lessons. The problem of this paper refers to the search for the interactive methods that allow the teacher to rapidly and effectively to communicate in the English language, and to identify the most efficient methods that will contribute to developing the four main skills. The purpose is to determine the interactive method which develops skills and knowledge of language, and explain how they work with children. The objectives of this study are to identify the best interactive methods of teaching English, to test how to put them into practice, to involve students into active learning, to develop students' research skills and systematical thinking, and to demonstrate the results after applying these interactive methods. Now I will introduce the main concepts of this study. According to Chergiti 1, the method is an effective way of organizing and leading learning, which brings together the effort of the teacher and the student. The most popular interactive methods, which are widely used, especially in primary school, for learning English, are brainstorming, role-play, study method, presentations, and discussions. Brainstorming is a method of stimulating creativity and imagination of students. It is done by exploring as many ideas as possible in response to a statement given by a teacher or a student. Role-play is an interactive method which improves speaking and reading skills. It can be free-form or based on a dialect or a text. Case study is a teaching method based on the description of a real or hypothetical situation and asks for a solution or an action. Now the research sample was divided into two groups of the fourth grade with 15 subjects each. The first group to whom traditional methods were applied, it was the control group, and the second group included students who benefited from this interactive method. It was the experimental group. In the pre-test, I gave students one test, and we measured the pronunciation and the usage of past simple forms. As we can see, the results are pretty the same. The experimental training program was conducted for a period of 5 weeks. Our focus was on teaching past simple tense, and the children had to learn irregular verbs based on affirmative, negative, and interrogative forms. During the classes, students had to resolve several exercises such as fill in the blanks, fill in the gaps, choose the odd one out, or simulate situations, or make up sentences. After 5 weeks, we have concluded the post-test results. We have observed a significant increase in the usage of past simple forms. For example, if we look at each item from 1 to 7, we can observe that the experimental group scored higher results than the control group. For example, in item 1, the experimental group obtained 82%, but the control group obtained 57%. Analyzing the dynamics of the result, we can affirm that the content of the experiment program developed by us has a positive effect on the students' personalities, and we also observed an increase in self-confidence and the desire of students to participate during the classes. The presented statistical data suggests that interactive methods must be applied to stimulate students to participate during the lessons. They work together and enjoy any activity that doesn't bore them at all. And now our conclusions are following. The use of this interactive method, such as brainstorming, role-play, case studies, discussions, have a positive effect on the relationship between the teacher and the students, which definitely reflects in their achievement in their level in the English language. The use of this interactive method increases students' motivation and as well as their self-confidence. They easily fit into any activity and get rid of any fear. And interactive methods increase the quality of the lessons through active and fun activities, especially in primary school. That's all.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Now, there are any questions, dear committee?
Okay, thank you, Clara, for your presentation. Of course, it's just clear, well structured. So, but still, I have a question, a simple one to sum up. So, are there any differences between traditional methods and interactive methods? Of course, there are a lot of differences. Interactive methods, as I said, involve students into lessons. They make them to actively participate, and interactive methods are more active and fun than these traditional ones. Thank you. So please, using interactive methods, did you focus only on developing grammar skills?
Not also on reading and pronunciation skills, why not? For example, I gave them a text, and after reading this text, I asked them to brainstorm.
So all those methods were used in developing someone's skills.
Yes, of course. Speaking, of course, especially when I used role play, and they had to simulate situations.
Thank you, Robert. Really interesting presentation, but I would like to, you mentioned fill-in exercises as an interactive method. Can we consider it as an interactive method, fill-in?
Why not? They do this exercise and then I ask them to pronounce. Or, for example, the past simple form.
It's not interactive. They should work. Maybe oops, maybe
Of course. Yeah. Okay, I used it in the pre-test and post. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Next participant, Deja Mikhail.
Yeah, let's welcome her.
I'm really happy and glad to be here to present you my topic. We put a lot of work into it, and I hope I can come up with new information that will help you understand feminism more from a historical point of view. Yes, the objectives of a presentation were to define feminism the way it was defined at certain ages in the history, and the way women used to understand it, especially women that used to write in those ages, where women had issues with their rights and how they used to express themselves. We will also know this. Yes, we will start with the definition. Usually the definition of feminism is used as equality between both genders. And it was the most widely used definition. We have a lot of different definitions, but so far we will limit to this one. The concept of feminism was defined as the concern with gender equality and the promotion of equal rights for men and women. The expression of these concerns through theory or action, and the valuing of individuals for their contributions to society rather than their biological gender. So in the beginning, especially some years ago in the history, maybe some centuries, we had a really strong stereotypical belief. The things that we usually used to associate men were rational, strong, and protective, and decisive. Meanwhile, the women were on the other spectrum. They were considered as emotional, weak, nourishing, and submissive. Some of the characteristics that they were given to gender then, we still have them now today. Some people believe some stuff. Yes, we also have a definition of patriarchy. Now, when those all characteristics and certain gender roles were assigned to women and to men, we can define patriarchy as a social construct. And this means that patriarchy is any culture that privileges men by promoting traditional gender roles. Of course, in patriarchy, there are privileges also for women, because by assigning certain roles to women or to men, we give both some advantages and disadvantages. Yes, feminist, in these pictures, we can see some historical images. This is the first feminist movement that acquired the rights to vote for women. They didn't have the right to vote at all, but they were also paying taxes as men. We can also associate this image with the first wave of feminism. If a woman wanted to speak, she was divorced, devalued, and had no access to education or vote. Women also tried to express their voices through literature. But first, we will look at some examples of some writings of some men, famous men. Aristotle used to say that the man by its nature is superior, and the female is inferior, and the one rules and the other is ruled. Darwin used to say that women are a characteristic of a past and lower state of civilization. are inferior to men who are physically, intellectually, and artistically superior. Religious leaders, as Thomas Aquinas or Saint Augustine, say that women were merely imperfect beings. Spiritually weak creatures possessed a sensual nature that lures men away from spiritual truths, thereby preventing men from attaining their spiritual potential. I like Martin's theory. I hope you empathize with it. We have also some philosophers that used to disagree with Plato and with Aristotle and Aquinas. Plato, in his writings, for example, he spoke about the political and gender equality of women, saying that women is as strong and wise as men. The first writings of women, we can say that were written by Christine de Pizan. She is known for two of her works, the Book of City of Ladies and the Treasure of the City of Ladies. In both, she has an allegory for a city that is ruled mainly by women. Women used to do the hard works, even constructions and stuff like that. Yes, she wrote to support women, to encourage them, and she also earned her existence from her writings. The first work of feminism, actually in work, is considered the vindication of the rights of women, written by Marie Wollstonecraft. And she used to say that women are human beings and their education is really important because they contribute to raising children. And they can be also stated as equal or worthy companions to men. We have here some writings of people that used to disagree with the first feminist works. The first is Sarah Ellis. She used to say that women are inferior to men in mental power. Also, John Ruskin used to to say that women and men complete each other. One is strong, brings the money, is the provider, and the other is sweet, ordering, and right decision. Yes. Later, we have other writers that used to express themselves on this topic. Now they wrote clear literature books that used to show a certain example of a woman in the society. First is Jane Austen. She used to write in Pride and Prejudice about the snobbish Caroline that used to characterize a woman or the way a woman was supposed to be. The writer writes, a woman must have thought by any young lady who considers themselves accomplished. A woman must have a thought of knowledge, music, singing, drawing, dancing, and modern languages. And believes that this she must possess certain something in her air. Certain something in her. The manner of walking, tone of her voice, and address and expression. If she didn't possess those things, she was labeled as a blue sulking, a woman that is not married and it's not accepted by society. And the blue sulking was usually a term given to women that were giving themselves to intellectual pursuits. They were doing something intellectual, writing. Yes. The next is Cheryl Smith. She highlighted interfiction the dependence of women on marriage to secure social standing and economical security. She has a book called Melancholy. Her book Melancholy used to say about a woman that used to stay near a river. It was in a melancholic environment, and she was feeling like there could be some ghosts. And she says that she actually liked the melancholy. Now, this work was used by critics, or some people that used to express their opinion, and they used to say that her work somehow shows the nature of a woman. Abroad. Oh, yes.
Yeah. Just really short of time.
Yes, we also have brother sisters. Jane Eyre uses says that she is not a bird that can be kept in a cage, and she's a free human being. Woolf used to say about an hypothetical Shakespeare sister that was equally gifted as he, but gender prevented her from having a room on her own and afford her living. Woolf agreed with her and believed that male was the definition of what it means to be human. Okay, so the conclusion is that women's role in society was designed through text, and that was actually encouraged through literature, which all of those figures definite together. The ones that agreed with feminism and the ones that didn't agree with feminism. Now, what is really important? Feminism has really actual features that we actually implement, like education, right of law, cultural equalities, and the legal position of both genders. We have them nowadays. We cannot imagine our life without them. Now we want a problem. And no matter what our modern people think about feminism, we have those rights, but they didn't have them. And this is the accomplishment of the feminists, the writers, and the movement. Oh yes, bibliography. Someone is interested in my kind regarding.
Okay. Thank you very much for this empowering presentation. Questions? Let's say first experience. Questions?
No question.
I will ask you. What have you taken for yourself from this talk?
For months. Yeah, but yes, the topic is really large. We focused mainly on the feminist in literature. I read Jane Eyre, and when people told to me that she was actually a revolutionary figure back in the history, I was looking at them really weird. I couldn't understand why they say so, because if I would take a normal work, it's more revolutionary, says more straight things. But actually, when I dived into the history and I saw how women used to write then, I realized that actually Jane Eyre is a really good example. I wished we had something more revolutionary, but I understand the historical context.
Well, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next participant is Nikita Doina.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, or good evening. I'll try to be really quick. The topic of my research is formation of social cultural competence for teaching English language at the intermediate level. And I would like to start with a quotation that highlights the importance of teaching social competence. Jose Medina says that if we don't teach social cultural competence, we're not fully preparing students to become global citizens. So what is this social cultural competence? The concept of social cultural competence involves the ability to use specific knowledge about a culture, about a nation, speech etiquette knowledge, and communication techniques in order to achieve that mutual understanding with other cultural variables. Cultural competence is defined as a set of values, behaviors, attitudes, and practices within a system, organization, program, or among individuals in which we enable them to work effectively across culture. The increasing intensity of contacts between nations and cultures determines the change in the social cultural priorities of language education. So our task as teachers is to teach a foreign language not only the means of communication, but to shape linguistic identity. This fact causes the appearance of new concepts in the field of foreign language. They are concepts of cultural communication and social cultural training. So what actually do we have to teach our students so they can achieve this social cultural competence? We must teach them etiquette, which are norms of behavior, how to behave at home or in society, politeness strategies. We must teach them professional fields, language of nonverbal communication, even sounds expressing surprise or indignation, values and customs, system of education, and dialects. And this research, which is named Formation of Social Cultural Competence through Teaching English Language at the upper intermediate level, we discussed the theory and practice of social cultural competence through reading, speaking, listening, and writing skills that describes the activity for students at upper intermediate level. So we can define the competence as a set of knowledge, abilities, and characteristics that allows a person to perform tasks efficiently. So our goal in teaching language is to develop their communicative competence. Since 2019, the Moldovan curriculum has undergone some changes, and it came down to 4 communicative competence, which are linguistics, social linguistics, strategic, and intercultural competence. Juan Carlos, I like how he describes a person with some degree of social cultural. He said that such a person is someone who is able to see relationship between different cultures. Is someone who has critical or analytical understanding of their own and other cultures, and someone who is conscious of their own perspective, of the way in which their thinking is culturally determined, rather than believing that their understanding and perspective is natural. So social cultural competence is represented in knowledge of the language, and knowledge of the national culture, and the norms of behavior. So according to the Common European Framework, social cultural competence involves 5 elements, which are attitudes, knowledge, skills of interpreting and relating, skills of discovery, interaction, and critical and cultural awareness. To prove this theoretical part and show how important these social activities are, we have carried our experiment based on the students' book called Working Together. It's an English book for students who want to learn how to communicate quickly and effectively in today's world. It contains some exercises for developing social cultural competence, but not quite enough. The experiment itself was carried out at the Lyceum Field Parade in Chisinau in 2 groups of the 10th grade, which involved 17 or 18 students. All the students have studied English language since they have enrolled in school, so their level is upper intermediate. So the group number 1 was considered to be a control one, and it was taught in traditional way, being led by the textbook, and the teacher was the self-centered. Group 2, the experimental group, was taught of the use of some of updated methods, which are the student-centered method. So we wanted to see how the students would behave in real-life situations. So we used those tasks that could show their real behavior in society through debates, discussions, brainstorming, job interviews, simulation, and even picture describing. The experiment was carried out in 2 stages, pre-experimental stage and experimental itself. At the pre-experimental stage,
we define the social cultural behavior in both groups, while in the experimental stage, students were given the variety of exercises where they had to indicate agreement or disagreement with the activities in the questionnaires. So we can see that if you look at the diagram, we can see that the difficulties encountered by the students during the social cultural competence process, it is easy to notice that the amount that they encountered, it decreases. So through these activities, the learners have the relation of the various features of spoken discourse decrease, while the other group, the results obtained after analyzing all these questions shows that the amount of difficulty students encounter while fulfilling the social cultural assignment has remained practically unchanged. So we can say that in conclusion, while fulfilling this social cultural assignment, students do encounter some difficulties, but they can easily be avoided with some techniques at every stage. Methods and techniques are of the great importance in organizing and arranging the informational and materials in an effective way. Also, it's very important that the students have a clear purpose and audience perception. Students will put more thought and effort into a speech that communicates their own interests and opinions to a listener, not only to a teacher or another student. So they will certainly be able to respond to a speech if they have more interest in that topic. So that is it.
Your presentation was really informative. So on one hand, you had this word social cultural competence, but on the other hand, you had the cultural competence. Yes. Can you determine the difference between these two words?
When you teach them social cultural competence, you teach them more about how to behave with the people of their culture. You teach them rules of etiquette, how to speak, how to behave, what tone you have. When we teach them culture, we teach them more about religion, about the traditions.
So all this cultural knowledge should work in the real situations.
They do work in the real
Yes.
situations.
Yes. So, and social cultural competence, we develop social cultural competence where these students can integrate
into that culture
in different situations, and they can behave properly. That's it.
I will ask you a question. Your work, I know you work at school, that's and the question is, how important is to teach social cultural competence to these students?
I can talk on my own experience. I was a student here at the Pedagogical University back in 2004. At that time, we didn't even have techniques, we would listen only once a week to the native speakers. So when I visited the United States, I was completely lost because I had no idea about the social cultural competence. Okay, my first day at work, somebody says, "What's up?" And I was lost. I thought they asked me, "What have I done?" or something. So the little things that are so important that we have to teach our students. So when they visit the country, it's either UK, US, Australia, it doesn't matter. They should feel comfortable when they visit. They need to know these etiquettes and these dialects, or even when people order something in the restaurant, such little things. But somewhere they say it's Coke, somewhere they say it's Pops, somewhere they say it's soda. So it's the little things that can make a big difference. What students should know that what they want. Thank you. I must tell you, it's horrible to be the last one. Or you're going to be the last one.
He's the last
The next participant, Tabakari Christina.
Thank you for your patience.
languages.
Hello everyone, I'm Abordări and I studied geography at the Faculty of Geography. My topic for today is language features of English newspaper headlines.
Make sure you press the right button. Yeah.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Headlines are the first elements of articles the readers face. All people who buy newspapers will first glance at the headline. The impact of the headlines on readers is also strong because the construction of the idea generated by the headlines will determine the understanding of the whole article. Their main functions are to attract the reader's attention and to give the essence of the story. Headlines writers' responsibility is to create headlines using able to catch the reader's attention and to make readers have the curiosity of reading the article. So headline writers try to catch the reader's eye by using as few words as possible. The language of newspaper headlines has been investigated by many people, such as Roger Flower, Michael Swan, Glotodidacticii, and Ingrid Mark. However, most of them tend to analyze only print newspapers. According to RIA, narrow definition might be information about recent events that are of interest to a sufficiently large group, or that may affect the lives of a sufficiently large group. This definition must not be satisfactory because not every recent event can be reported as news. Roger Flower also believes that news is not a reflection of reality. He considers news as a product shaped by political, economical, and cultural forces. There are two types of papers, broadsheets and tabloids. Each of national papers can be characterized as belonging to one or two distinct categories, the popular press and the quality press. Broadsheets is the quality press. Broadsheets are quality papers which include the long information articles and the editorial comments, comparatively few illustration. Their aim is to offer readers international and national news, over the day, to devote much space to politics and other serious news, and to use a serious tone, formal and wide vocabulary standard English. But tabloids are the popular press. They are printed in half broadsheet size and have a much larger readership. They contain significantly fewer words and more visual elements, such as pictures. Their writing style is often simple, and they tend to focus on stories that attract human interest and often means scandals. News. They come to us from several sources. From newspapers, from television, from radio, and increasingly via the internet. Each medium has its own style, but we can also identify journalistic register of which newspapers are the more significant users. Headline language is elliptical and compressed. It is very important for readers to study and understand the headlines. Word choice often results in an exaggeration of the meaning, sort of rethink words and are preferred. Many people have difficulty understanding a newspaper headlines. This is because newspaper headlines are often incomplete sentences. Here is a guide to the most common expressions found in newspaper headlines. Short words are used, very short words to make an effect. Like, for example, storm hits city. Omitted words don't include the verbs and articles, like new flood alert. It means that it's gonna be a flood alert. Word play, words with two different meanings. For example, police found drunk in the street. It means that a police was found drunk in the street, and the other meaning is that a police found a man drunk in the street. Noun strings is like a row of nouns. For example, Prime Minister's traffic headache. It means that Prime Minister is in traffic, and it is bad for him. Alliteration is when a sound is repeated. For example, media makes Madonna mad. The sound M is repeated 4 times. Ambiguity is that making the reader look at the article. If we take the words mad in the previous example, it means crazy or very angry. Verb changes. The simple tense is used instead of continuous or perfect tense. The infinitive is used for future. For example, forgotten brother appears. It's like a forgotten brother appears after a long time. Understanding the headlines is you can ask yourself questions before you read the article. Like, what is this? Like, what is his purpose to write the article? And others. Here it is some common headline vocabulary. I don't read them because they are, yes, you can see them. Conclusion. To conclude, I want to say that headlines have a power to captivate readers' curiosity, and while also providing a sense of intellectual satisfaction when successfully decoding them. The language feature of English, newspaper headlines are likely to be influenced by a variety of factors, including changes in technology, changes in the way people receive news, and changes in social attitudes and values. While the basic format of newspaper headlines is likely to remain the same, we can expect to see a continued evolution in the language and style. Headlines play an important role in orienting the reader's attention and the interpretation of the facts contained in the article. They are particularly rich sources of information about the field of culture references necessary to identify the content of the article. And as you can see, there are some of headlines. The end. Thank you for attention.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Dear committee, your questions?
So I would like to. You are the first one.
The newcomer.
So, no news is good news. And you enough. It means. So, what does no news is good news mean?
You can
actually behave this.
You can behave, for example, you heard the news. Anyway, news. Yes. And they are good if it is good when you try to compare with your life. You can
find out what is in your social life, what is in culture, what is in.
If you don't hear anything, you feel that size. It's just.
Thank you. Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you.
The next participant is Serna.
She's absent. She is absent. Yeah. So that would mean that I would like to invite the next presenter, Grishuk Eugenia. Wait, let me.
Let's.
Thank you.
Second.
My name is Eugene Grishuk, and the topic of the investigation is efficient reading at an implication for teaching reading at the intermediate level that I'm going to present. We will start with a quotation for American writer Dr. Seuss that highlights the importance of reading. The more that you read, the more that you know. The more that you learn, the more places you will go. So for many people, reading is a pleasurable and sorry. For many people, reading is a pleasurable and intense pastime. And reading is an important skill which educates, improves writing ability, spelling, and vocabulary. It also it's important have a great importance for students' future academics and careers. So, as we see, reading is very important. Let me present the three basic stages in teaching reading: pre-reading, while reading, and post-reading. It is essential to use variety of activities, not to bore students with the same activity. And on this table, you can see some examples that can be used on these three stages. For example, before reading, set a purpose, make a plan, review the material. While reading, read, pause, and think about your reading. After reading, summarize the story and share your opinions and interpretation. Of course, other activities as well. To help intermediate readers to have greater accuracy and struggle to complex text, they should employ a variety of methods and learning fields. Also, it's important to educate academic vocabulary, because the more terms they know, the easier they will understand the material. And critical thinking is essential for English language learners. Speaking about teaching reading, we have to discuss efficient and inefficient reading. Efficient reading is the ability to read quickly and effectively while still comprehending the material. Efficient reading begins with having a purpose or a reason for reading. An efficient reader can easily browse the words on the page while also still using their mental resources to grasp the content. Inefficient reader struggle to follow text, which loses comprehension and diminishes their enthusiasm. There are a lot of strategies that help read efficient. For example, mapping, PRO, SQ5R, TWL chart. I would like to present at least one of them. The KWL chart is an approach that used to activate prior knowledge, set reading goals, and monitor comprehension. Students are encouraged to fill in what they already know about the subject in the key column, what they want to learn in the W column, and what they have learned after reading in L column. On the example of this text, we would like to present some activities that can be used at 3 stages. Pre-reading. We use pictures and simple questions to activate our prior knowledge and experience. Question answers, KWL chart, describe pictures according to the content of the text. Also, it's very important to pre-teach some key terms. While reading, we read the whole text carefully and do activities like fill-in, matching, multiple choice, true or false. After reading, we ask our students to think about what thing that they found interesting in the text. We propose our students to think what could happen next and create an own paragraph like in the text. Okay. To prove our experimental parts and show how important reading activities are, we have carried out of our experiment with students of intermediate level at Traian Lyceum. Students were divided into groups. The control group was taught according to the textbook, while the experimental group was taught using variety of methods, variety of activities. We had our experiment was held in 2 stages. We had pre-experimental stage 1, we stated the level of knowledge. And during the experiment, we wanted to discover improvement of improvement of reading skills using additional materials. Here are the results of our experiment. Comparing the data in the diagram for the control group, we noticed that no significant changes have occurred, and even some of them remain unchanged. Analyzing the results of experiment of the experimental group, we see that using new methods and techniques eliminates difficulties that students came across when reading. And so, the last conclusions. This research gave opportunity to study new ways of knowledge, explore deeply about this topic, and choose activities, methods, and techniques that gave expected results. Let's not forget the goal of the modern education is to help students cultivate human values, scientific mentalities, noble character to face challenges in everyday life. Thank you.
Thank you, Jen, and the committee, your questions. Thank you, Jen. Very clear, confident presentation. The question will be simple. We have seen those 3 stages of reading process. And now here, I want to ask you, I would like to ask you, is it so important to follow these 3 stages?
Yes, it's very important
Why?
to follow, because it implies some activities and some process. For example,
Let's suppose that we
First, we must activate prior knowledge and experience because all of us have knowledge in different fields. Right?
So we have to plan our activities.
Yes.
To structure the company. Thank you. Thank you.
I have a question. I'm scared. You spoke about a lot about reading, stages of reading, activities that can be used when teaching reading. And you mentioned about inclusive and extensive reading. Can you define these 2 points and tell us?
Intensive and extensive reading. Okay. Intensive reading is close to explanation of a text. It involves short text, and it's used when we want to analyze text in detail. Extensive reading is a phase-based approach. It involves longer text, and it's used for improve reading abilities.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Now we would like to conclude today's event. We are really grateful to have all of you today. We are really thankful for your time, for your insightful presentations and insane amount of work and effort that you put in your presentations. And of course, I have to mention the courage you have. It also takes a lot to stand here to present and then answer the questions. We are also thankful to our scientific committee who been with us all these hours. They've been evaluating, they've been listening to all of your presentations, very careful and with the criteria they have. We would also like to thank our foreign participants who also dedicated their time and were with us from far away, and all of those who made this possible. Thank you. Next slide.
Really very interesting presentations of our students and our guests. Thank you for your participation. And a really great job done. And of course, we all had emotions, and you were as well. We got pleasure. Yeah? We got pleasure of your presentations. Really interesting ones. And thank you all. Thank all of you. Yeah, what is criteria? We had the criteria for scoring, of course, but as you can understand, it is very difficult. You have seen from your questions that they were really good, and it is very difficult to score your presentations. We are here to choose and give the possibility to publish your articles, yes. Just we have to choose 4. Yeah? 4 students whose articles we can publish. So 4 in number, not very many, but we will try to do our best to choose out of these great presentations 4 articles. Yes. So thank you all of you.
Let's thank our guests online. Thank you so much for being with us. And the same, in case you are chosen to be published in our annual booklet of articles with scientific results, you will be announced. As well, follow us on our Facebook page, Catedra UPSC. Yeah, we will send you the link, and this is how you'll find out probably if you're kind of in a rush or busy, or it's the end of the day in your part of the world. You can find out those results on our Facebook page. We will publish that. And once again, you all did very well. You did a nice job. We've been listening to you, impressed by how grown, let's say, how structurally you could express your ideas, and you found some results, and you gave us even some suggestions. Definitely, you all deserve to be published, but these are the rules. You will all get certificates of participation, but just 3 to 4 papers will be published in university's conference annual booklet, or booklet, yes, we say French or something. Is it a French word? If you are willing to wait for the results, you can be online for another. How many minutes do you need? The exam? 15 minutes, and we will also tell you that in 15 minutes. So stay online, and those who are here offline as well, you can be patient, and very soon. So the structure of summing up, it's like each member of the jury has its points for each presentation. They are summed up, like not multiplied but plus. And according to this, like the more points you get, the more chances you have to be published in this scientific booklet. Okay, we are still here. Be patient. Thank you so much. Okay, do we have anybody there? So, this is something. So, yeah, we are ready to announce the results. Please be attentive,
So,
listen.
It was really difficult to choose among your answers whose articles will be published, but we have done our job and agreed on Колораж Суменицын, Дождер Лилиана, Причук Печенье, Королева Диана from Russia, Мулявка Джулия, Монтян Беатриче, Ши Никита Дойна. Nikita. All in all,
What step number 2 is get ready, prepare the material.
yeah,
Send
you have to get ready with your materials and send.
First send to your scientific advisor.
Yeah, to revise the material, and then we'll send you an email with all the details.
Yes.
Yes,
Oh,
of
we
course.
should write.
That's it. Congratulations.
Well, I keep in mind that we thank all participants for perfect presentations. No?
Thank you very much.
Thank you very
Have
much.
a nice day and enjoy your life. Bye-bye.
Yeah.